Hello, everybody. I'm here. Holy crap. You ready for this? You ready for this one? It's going to be big, man. Oh, God. So, in case you haven't noticed, I don't know if you saw the last video or a couple that I've had up there. I now am streaming on multiple places more than even before because you guys are cool and a couple people up their tip game in terms of the memberships and all that. Oh, by the way, let me give you a shout out to you guys because climbing that mountain upgraded. Thank you. Did like $9.99 a month, and Starblazer subbed up for $25 a month. All right, I got a lot of grognards out there. And in case you noticed, I didn't know this, but Eric Tankard told me that because I run the channel and all that, and I'm monetized, I can give 10 gifts of $5 memberships every month. So it expires like on the last day of the month, and then I could do another 10 the next month. So I'm like, oh crap, well, let me do it now. So I gave it, and I think YouTube picks these people randomly. So it wasn't me. I just said give gift of 10 memberships, and I think it must go out to subscribers, right? So I just clicked the button and boom, it all went out to subscribers. So Matt Thompson, Nick Knack 95, Mark Atkinson, Boycott Warhammer Plus, John Osborne, Ryan Nilsson, Bingo Man Zero, Wayne Barrick, S Panther, and Jeff N4 Pod. Y'all got free memberships for like 2 more days. So at the $5 level, so for the next couple days, you get to see my videos ahead of everybody else, and then it expires, and then you're welcome to subscribe or not. Again, it's up to you guys. I figure I'd just let you know though, in case you're wondering, hey, how the hell did I get subscribed to this thing? And that means I'm gonna have to pay $5. No, it just expires. You don't have to pay again. You could re-up it. So thank you all for doing that though. And climbing that mountain to Starblazer, my heroes. Because of that, I was able to upgrade Restream, the software that I stream with here. And because I upgraded Restream, that means I could now broadcast to 5 channels at once. So I am now streaming. Oh, speaking of which, let me turn it on because I have to go to Facebook. I'm streaming there right now. But the thing is, I got to show, where the hell is it? Let's see. There we go. I have to go to Facebook because they're stupid. And I have to say edit audience, and I have to say public. Why it defaults to only me, like I'm going to broadcast only to myself, is retarded. But there you go. And on Facebook, you're allowed to go back in time a little bit, so you can go back the first 2 minutes. Everybody over there on Facebook. All right. I am also on Twitch right now, so that's coolio. I got the Twitch stream going on. I could comment in Twitch and all that. I tested that out the other day with Tim. I am on Rumble. And I am on X. So Rumble, is it going? Let me check Let me check my channel. Yep, there it is on Rumble. And Raptor 7. Oh, it's talking in the background here. There it is. Yep. So Raptor 7, Raptor 7. What's up, man? How you doing? All right. You could comment in that chat and it'll show up on the screen once I activate that. So we got YouTube, we got Rumble, we got Facebook, we got Twitch, and we are now on Twitter. So 5 places at once. Holy crap. All right. So everybody, your comments are going to show up once I turn this thing on. Let's see. I will turn the chat overlay on. And all the new comments are going to show up there, guys. So this is cool. All right. So let's see. Some ones that I didn't show yet. Don, I'm interested in this review. I need to go to sleep, work all day tomorrow. No problem. Ask someone to do work. You definitely will. All damn day. Chad has to bow out no later than 9. I get it. Iriday, what's up? Hey, Joe and friends. Chad, what's up? Mark, all right. And Michael, Raptor 7 showing up from Rumble. And you can tell where they're from by looking at the overlay there. It's YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, all that kind of stuff. Thanks, Tim, for letting me know it's working over there. Shark, what up? James Lowry. Now do all your housekeeping. That's, if you're talking to me, Tim, I get that. I've spent so much time the last couple of days just diving into this thing. I got dishes in the sink. I got laundry overflowing. I got food I got to cook. I haven't done anything, I'm lucky I took a freaking shower today. So, yeah, that's what it was all about to me there, Chad, good to see y'all. All right. So what do we got? We got 15 people here. Okay. We got 1 from X, none from Facebook, 13 from YouTube, and 1 from Rumble. I know there's a Raptor over there on Rumble representing, as always. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. So, guys, this is a review for this called The Night Below. That's what we're doing today. All right. And I'm going to, I've been diving into this thing, and now it's huge. It's huge. So we're going to take some breaks during it. We're going to pause. We're going to stop for questions. It's not just going to be me talking here all the time. And I'm sure I'm going to go take a leak or something like that, because I am doing, what is it? What do I have here? This bottle is 2017 Pinot Noir, I guess I got. So yeah, I'm doing that because honestly, I needed space on the shelf, so I had to drink one of them. So that's it. But I know it's wine, and it's all wussy and what a chick and blah blah blah. I know if Matt's watching, Matt Jackson, he's gonna be saying that. But I am drinking it in this cup, the tears of my players. So I have to, represent some D&D hard assery in this thing, right? So the tears of my players are here. All right. So let's see what we got here. Rumble in the house. Yes, absolutely. Another Just D&D Rumble in the house. Nice. Yeah, my channel upkeep got a lot to do on that too, Tim. Oh, speaking of which, there's another little bit of news. I started a Facebook group. All right. So it's called Joethelayer's Analog Man Cave. And if you look in the description below, it's there. Okay. So that's kind of cool. So you guys could join. I literally set it up 10 minutes today, and I invited like 20 random people. The first 20 on my friends list that popped up. All right. So Star Blazer, thank you. The first 20 that popped up, I put a graphic on there, and I have not done a thing to it. There's no mods, there's no goal. It just says it's a place to talk about the OSR. So who's on Facebook, check it out. I think I got like 10 or something members right now, because I just blasted it out to random people, and I put it up on my main Facebook page. But yes, you have now a Facebook group where we could talk about everything related to OSR, this channel, my videos, things like that. I figure we need sort of a central clearinghouse, right? Because I don't have a Discord yet. I know that's coming eventually someday, but for now, that could be a place to do it. And maybe, Patreon is far off in the future when I got something to actually give you guys in return for Patreon. I'm giving all the members here early access to the videos, so I can't do that for a lot. I know a lot of people use Patreon to say, hey, sign up for my Patreon for $5 a month. You have early access to my videos. Here you got that for 99 cents a month. I'm not going to duplicate the same shit over there. So I figure what I'm going to do in Patreon maybe next year is, once I get to the stuff about, hey guys, what do you think of this spell? Or how about this character class thing? Was I'm getting into the nitty gritty? What do you think of this monster stat block? Is this ability too powerful? I'm going to throw shit out to you guys. You can give me some input, make some edits and all that sort of thing. So that'll be what I'm going to use Patreon for. And I figured I'll be at that point next year. All right. So that'll be a further down the line thing. For now, Facebook is the place to be. Analog Man Cave, Joethelayer's Analog Man Cave. The link is below. Speaking of links, but wait, there's more. All right. In the links below, you're going to see under this. Let me read it to you. Let me just make sure it's there, because before I spout shit off, I want to make sure it's actually there. I think I put it in there. Yeah, you could click on how to become a channel member. Oh yeah, there it is. Very first line. I'm glad I put it in there. I signed up based on Tim Short's great advice to do affiliate links. So on Drive Through RPG and the Amazon ones are coming. So that's kind of neat, because with an affiliate link, like if you bought this and there's a link to click on this to buy Night Below if you want it, for like, the PDF is cheap and softer hardcover and all that if you wanted to, you could buy this crap, and I get a little bit of it, and I'm going to use that, whatever credit I get, a little 8% or something like that off a $20 thing, whatever it is, so $1.60, whatever. I'll end up putting that towards art and stuff like that for my RPG. So it sinks in, it goes out, it sinks in. You're not getting me rich, but yeah, so it's affiliate links, and I put them in there for all the past things I reviewed as well. So that's kind of neat. So yeah, so lots going on here at the old Analog Man Cave. There's been a lot of new shit popping, a lot of new stuff happening. So, and if you guys, I got two screens here. So if you see me like turning, it's because I got a screen here, and the camera's somewhat in the middle, and the mic's in the middle here. So I just need to, keep up with it and all that, and see what I'm doing. I'm not like on method or anything like that, So let's see here. Let's see. Diatis, what's up? Night Below Shark says, brilliantly designed and written by Carl Sargent, while providing a solid framework for the campaign progression. There's absolutely dozens of ideas and inspirations for expansion. I absolutely agree. My C&C campaign is currently in the Underdark, and I've been mining Night Below for ideas. That is not a bad thing to do. Just diving into this thing, it's certainly mineable. And Carl Sargent is, I'll say he's the best D&D RPG author I've ever come across. He's better than anybody, better than Gygax, better than anybody. I love his stuff. I think because he thinks the way I do, we think alike, and so I could really relate to his style and his approach to it all. The same thing with all the stuff he did for Greyhawk, the After the Ashes stuff and all that, you know. So yeah. It's excellent. It's excellent. And Tim, Gothridge Manor, ages since I cracked open Night Below. Looking forward to a refresher course. Yeah, it'll be fun. Click the like button, everybody. Subscribe, share it out, comment, and all that. It helps with the algorithm. This is going to be huge, everyone. All right, so I guess we should probably get into it here. Yeah, getting puppy love. I'll check in once I get to bed. All right, I gotta get the puppy love thing. Yeah, dogs are awesome, man. All right, so first two things. I have two things to say. When I was asking everyone, what should I do? What adventure module should I review next, and all that, and somebody, I don't know who it was. No worries, Daniel. Somebody said Night Below. Maybe I did, but a lot of people said, yeah, do it. Yeah, do it. So I got two things to say to all of you people who said that. First, fuck you, because holy shit, this thing is a beast. I lost years off my life trying to get this all in, grasp it, comprehend it. My brain hurts and all that. Hence, the whole tears of my player's wine here I'm drinking. All right, so fuck you is the first thing I got to say. And the second thing I got to say for everybody who encouraged me to do this is thank you, because this is great. I enjoyed the hell out of reading this. It was chock full of details, chock full of, like Shark said, there's so much good stuff to mine here. And Carl Sargent's brilliant the way he writes. He, more than anybody else, lays out tactics and ideas of how to do stuff in here. It's like you get the sense that he was a Navy SEAL in a past life or something. You know what I mean? Because he tells you how to play the bad guys in all the situations. If this, that, here's what they'll do. And it's a tactical, brilliantly written thing. I'm stealing so many ideas from this. For tactics and combat. I'm going to reread it and reread it again. I printed out the stuff. I printed out the 3 books of it and, stapled them all together, and I just underlined and outlined and highlighted and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to use it for ideas, because you can't beat it, man. You can't beat that. I knew that fuck you was coming. Yeah, Tim. You hear me bitching about it, man. Shark says it's boggling how brilliant Carl Sargent was a Night Below. Survival themes in a campaign, trading, exploring subterranean towns, urban city adventures, and also Savage. Yes, definitely Savage. All of those things are in there. Subterraneous wilderness adventures. Yeah, dealing with politics, profession advancement, everything. I got used to watching these. Can't remember what time these are on because my Shadowrun campaign moved to Sunday. I'm glad it's an evening because I obviously made it here. Yes, you did, John. So thank you very much. In fact, we have 28 people here. Crap, man. 2 from X, 2 from Facebook. Thank you. We have 23 over on YouTube. We got 1 watching on Twitch, and Rumble is not showing how many I have. So let me see here. I think I know there's at least 1 on Rumble. Maybe even 2 on Rumble. We got Raptor 7 and Just D&D. So thank you all for watching. I much appreciate that. Doesn't tell me. Oh, there's 4 watching over on Rumble. So that's cool. That's very cool. All right. Thank you very much. So yeah, I cannot praise this enough. I mean, I'll give you the final answer, the final review, A++ for this module. In fact, as I was reading it again last night, I kept shaking my head in like amazement at how good this thing is. And I texted our old school guys group chat, and I said, I'm so mad in a way that I'm reading this thing because it's so good. I want to be a player in it, right? It's that good. And and right after that, I texted my brother. I said, hey, this is an amazing adventure, blah, blah, blah. Hopefully in a couple of years, I will have forgotten a lot of it, and maybe you could run us through it, our home group, because I'd want to play this thing. And unfortunately, it's so good and so thorough, and it so hits you. It's not a generic standard adventure. It hits you right in the head. Like, this is awesome. This is brilliant. And there's so many awesome things in it that I don't know that I'll forget enough of it to be able to be a player in it. So I think I'm going to be stuck running it rather than playing it, which is, I'm a forever DM anyway, right? But damn, man, I actually have it in the back of my head that I may run a long campaign using my RPG once I get it, going in full stride and run this thing with it. It's that good. It's that good. I can't say enough about it. Agree, Joe. Carl Sargent's an absolute master game designer writer. He's up there with Gygax and the best. And like I said, I agree, Shark, and I think he's better than them all. I think he's better than everybody. And it's not just because he thinks the same way I do. He's just a detail level, the thought he puts into it, the connections, the tie-ins. It's like the guy with the pictures and the yarn and the strings and the arrows and stuff. He's like, he has all that shit in his head. And that's why this was so hard to like get, because what I've noticed this is all pre-review stuff, what I noticed about it is that I couldn't read it like a half an hour at a time or an hour. I couldn't read it at lunch or on a break, or you know what I mean? Is I couldn't read it for, just while I'm waiting to pick somebody up. It's not that kind of a thing. You need to like sit down, read this thing in multiple hour chunks of time. If possible, read it, give yourself enough time, like 6 or 8 hours, to read each book. There's 3 books in it, and give yourself enough time to read each book and sit back and digest it, right? And then the next day, read the next one. The next day, read the next one, because you don't want to have too much time between books, because you'll forget all the different strings and arrows and connections and everything else in the first book by the time you read the second book, and same with the third, right? So that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the hard part about it, So if you can do it, if you can do it like that, maybe it's just the way my mind works, but if you can do it like that, that's the best way to take all this thing in. It's almost like reading, not that it's a railroad, but it's almost like reading a novel, in that there's a lot of stuff you have to immerse yourself in and remember. It's like reading Game of Thrones, right? Maybe that's the best analogy I can make. You can't read Game of Thrones just, half attention. You need to pay attention to that thing. You're immersed into a world. There's a billion, NPCs, right? And in RPG talk. And there's a lot of connections you got to kind of follow. So the other thing I realized in reading this is that this is not for a novice GM. This is not even for an average GM. This is for a good GM. If you want to get the most out of this. A lot of adventures are published, beginner adventures. You can be a shit GM and get the same amount of pleasure and enjoyment out of it as a great GM, because there's not much to it, right? There is so much to this freaking adventure that you need a really, really good GM to have it shine. You need somebody who could like take all these strands and connect them and run them all through their head at the same time. That's the kind of GM you need for this thing. So it's not for an amateur GM. And the other thing is that if you got a 5e group who's converting over to the OSR and wants to see what it's all about, if you really want to see what it's all about in terms of brutality, this is it. You need to be, as Rock was alluding to before, like a survivalist mentality. This is brutal, hardcore shit. This is not easy. And death is certain for some PCs. There's no way around it. And that's even with a great tactical mindset with your PCs. If these 5e players are coming in, they're going to look on their character sheet and solve all their problems by that ability or that thing on their sheet, they're sorely mistaken. They need to have a good tactical mind. They need to have resource management. They need to always be thinking ahead 5 steps, because the bad guys are thinking 10 steps, because the bad guys are Carl Sargent. He's fucking brilliant, right? So you need to be always thinking ahead. You need to be always, outwitting the GM, the / author of this thing, Shark is saying, recommending a solid set of 12 hours per game week devoted for prep work and integrating and interpreting the module for upcoming sessions. Yeah, it's demanding for a DM. This is not something you pick up off the shelf and just pick it up and run. It's not a railroad. It is a true sandbox in every sense of the word. You can do whatever you want. It seems like railroady a little bit in some ways, but once you realize that there's one critical thing is that there is no clock running until the very end. There is no, you need to do this now or else, and if you don't, something bad is going to happen. So you go, which I've always thought was somewhat fun as a player, but also railroady too, because it's like you had no time to take an extra week to go to the city to consult the sage to find out the thing about the thing that you could get yourself an advantage, because, the time is ticking, right? And this, you could take weeks, take months, whatever, it doesn't matter, until the very end. So that's kind of nice. And that gives it the true sandbox feel. You can do whatever you want. You're not on the mission 100% all the damn time. In fact, the mission is kind of background, right? You're finding out details as you go along as an average adventurer in the world, and you do a thing and then you find a clue, and you do another thing, and your 3rd level, you find another clue, and around 5th level, you find a few more clues, and now you get, oh shit, there's something big going on. Then you move to a new area and you find the same pattern repeats, right? All the time you're doing side quests and missions and learning more clues and trying to figure out the big grand poobah, the story, the enemy, whatever it is. And then you get there at the end. And God help you if you survive. I mean, you're fighting pit fiends and archmages, right? As well as almost demigod like deity level shit at near the end. So yeah, it is in fact your daddy's D&D Raptor 7. I agree. I fucking agree totally. Yeah, this is no joke. This is no joke. So figure with that prelude, all that sort of, big picture, top down kind of stuff being said, let's take a look at my notes. Because I kind of write things down here as I was going, like sort of the broad stroke stuff as opposed to getting into it. Let me see let me see if there's anything here. That also requires my old eyes to throw these things on. So let's see. A lot of skill. This is going to take you years to run. There's no doubt about that. This is going to take you years to run it if you run it fully and all the way through, that's a definite thing. With NPCs, a lot of NPCs to keep track of. You need a good system for handling NPC growth, development, context, the history with your NPCs. You need to know, all right, since the last 3 months when you were below and came up above service, what did those NPCs, what were they doing? Right. So that's something you need to keep track of too. Let's see. In terms of overview kind of stuff here, the rest I could get to, I think, at the end here. One thing I realized just near the end is that a critical difference between 5th edition and old school games in terms of, what it's all about. I don't think I really put it together until honestly just now, for 41 years of playing D&D, is that in 5th edition, your growth as a powerful player, right? You get better and better the higher the level you get. All right. So it's because of the skills and abilities and that your character class gets as you grow in level. That is more important than most anything else. And so a powerful guy in 5th edition is 20 something level because of, as you hit a level, you get more shit you can do. And so players are always looking like on their character sheets and I could do this, I could do that. And, always looking down. In old school games, as a stark contrast to that, name level PCs are around 10th level usually. And by that, I mean, you get to whatever the best thing is, the Lord for fighters, Master Thief, whatever the hell it was for thieves, all that sort of thing, right? High Priest for clerics, I forget, it depends on the system you're using, of course, but usually around 10th level or so, you stop gaining hit point rolls. After that, you're just getting +1 per level or con bonus if you're a fighter or something like that. And so the only thing you're getting, the only classes that are still getting more after 10th level are the casters, the clerics, and the wizards, because that's when you start getting into the, I think you get the 10th level, you got 5th level spells or so, right? And after that, you start gaining the higher level spells and up to 18th, and then you're maxed out in terms of the level of spells you can cast as a wizard or a cleric, again, depending on the system. But that means that at 10th level for a fighter, a thief, and a lot in terms of hit points and all that, you've peaked. You're not getting any more character abilities. In fact, all the abilities and skills you're getting are front loaded. The thief's going to go up minor in thieves skills, but at that point you can do most anything anyway, right? You're not getting much more by way of hit points. But what your true power source comes from in an old school game, as opposed to 5th edition, 5th edition, your true power is all the abilities you get when you level. Old school games, your true power comes from the magic items you get, right? Because that makes you it's like a force multiplier. It also comes from the treasure you get. Because I keep reading this, I'm like, Jesus Christ, they're going to walk out of here with like an 18-foot, tractor trailer kind of thing, an 18-wheeler tractor trailer kind of thing, full of magic and full of treasure. There's no way to have all this shit. But that's when I realized that that's where the true power of the old school games are, is you're 10th level, but you're decked out like a fucking Christmas tree in terms of magic and your treasure. And so your power comes from using that to project force. Oh, Howard Hughes became a member, OSR Adventurer. Thank you. Thank you very much, Howard Hughes. But it comes from force. It comes from force projection and using those resources to expand the level of force. So you're not just walking in there like one tank. You're using your magic and your treasure to buy. To say you get your treasure, you buy some hirelings or henchmen, outfit a bunch of Rambo types, and all the magic you're getting, you're giving them the magic, getting some loyalty, and they're going in there with you. And so you're a 10th level fighter, but you got a retinue of badasses behind you, right? The same thing for all the other classes. That is a major distinction that I didn't quite realize until tonight, quite honestly. It's just the level of the hugeness of that distinction. So yeah. So it was just cool. You know, it was just pretty cool to understand that. So yeah. So without further ado, I guess, guys, let's take a look here at Night Below. All right, so I'll open the box up. I'll pull out the stuff that's in there. But what I could do is, well, you know, I could share the screen with you here. All right, and you can see. Let's see, you can see that. So there's the box. There's the cover of it. Okay. Let's see. Am I on this thing at all? Picture in picture. There I am. All right. I'm peering on the side there. Yeah. So that's the good covers. Now, this is the cover of the box, and each book has its own cover. So let's jump to the back cover. All right. And because of the maps, it skews the size of this thing. Sorry about that. All right. So here we go. Carl Sargent, the badass. Epic campaign adventure takes you from 1st to 10th level and beyond. You start as beginning adventures on a routine courier mission and become drawn into combating a sinister plot that menaces the pleasant land of Haranshire. All right. So in the first book, you get up to about 5th level. The second book, you should about, by the time of that, you're done with that 10th level. And by the time you're done with the third book, I'd say you're probably going to be 15th level. All the shit you're getting. So inside this, you're getting 3 books, 3 adventure books, 16 pages of players' handouts, 8 Dungeon Master cards, an 8-page book of new monster compendium monsters, and 6 big-ass maps. There's really 3 maps, and they're double-sided, and there's 1 map per adventure book. All right, so that's kind of the structure of it, you know. That's the main gist of it. So let's go back up to here. Speaking of maps, there you go. All right, let's see here. All right, so let me pull this out. Everything I'll show you here. I'll stop sharing and pull everything out of the box for y'all. All right, so we got the 3 books. 1, 2, 3. Soft cover, nice. Now, if you bought this from drive-through, you're going to get 1 book, I think. So you're not going to get the 3 separate ones. But again, if you want to do that, hit the affiliate link below, and I get a couple cents off of whatever you buy. So that's kind of cool. All right. So then you get these DM cards, which are kind of helpful, I got to say. You got 8 of them. All right. And so they're all different. Like, one is just some geomorphs. All right. One is a good map of the 2 major towns you're dealing with here. All right. So one is color, one is black and white. All right. And then another one, it just goes over some basic hazards that you're going to encounter in the Underdark and how to handle them. I really enjoyed this. I thought this was pretty cool. Let's see. Then we got a monster roster card for a big city. And then there's a societal collapse system that he invented just for this. The more damage you do to the city by taking out that, the more points you do to a societal collapse. And everything's right there. And then you have various, you can show your players, what the hell things look like, and you got the stat blocks on the back. But some of the big bad guys, right? This is the final boss. So you got some of that going on. All right, more pictures and that sort of thing. So that's the cards, and then finally you got the 3 big maps. All right, so let me show you here. So each map, like I said, is for the booklets. Maybe you have. Pull it back. So this gives you an idea, all right, what they look like. So it's 2-sided. Lay it on the table. Usually the one side has more detail, and one has like a battle map kind of thing. At least one battle map like this. That was my one complaint, honestly, in looking at all this, is that I thought that it could use actually battle maps, cards, right, or something like that, or geomorphs or something to sort of put together for all because you're in the Underdark quite often. And I would love to have seen what the Underdark, just as random. Every passage is different, right? If you remember looking at all the Dro series modules, all the passages, like he gave you in the back, the primary, the tertiary, the secondary passages, and he had some examples of each ones that you could use sort of draw. But I thought it'd been kind of good if this adventure had better maps like that I could just throw together. Like they have maps for each area, right, for the keyed areas of the thing, but I'd have liked to have had generic ones for the wandering around. Then they got one big ass battle map you could lay on the table here. Okay, so for a big final fight, which is kind of helpful, I gotta say. All right, and then here's the 3rd map. Okay, again, same kind of format. This is the final fight map, I guess you could say, right? So you're dealing with the region, and then some of the areas within the region, and then I think this is the final big room here. So, and then some of this. All right. So those are the maps. That's the whole thing. I mean, that's say, oh yeah, wait a minute. We got the booklet here for all the monsters, right? In standard pain in the ass monstrous compendium form. Surprised they didn't put 3 holes in them here just to piss you off. And then the players' handouts are kind of neat. As you go along, these are all black and white. You give the players a handout. For some are notes, some are maps that are hand drawn by an NPC that you come across, like that one, right? Some are like, you see this thing on the emblazoned on the shield or whatever the hell it is, right? The symbol. Then you could track the frequency of the symbols and what does it mean, and you can show it to people, right? So that's kind of neat, especially back. You can imagine in the pen and paper days, you have to carry these things around. You go into a photocopy, or you're carrying this stuff around with you, from between sessions. And so yeah, you wanna have that handy. You want to have that handy during your game sessions. Okay. Yeah. So let's see what you guys are talking here. Let's see. We got sponsoring and recruiting hardened elite henchmen fully equipped with Ensela gear as well as magic items, while they are also fanatically loyal to you, was a huge power and force multiplier. I agree. Then take that idea and apply it to every PC, perhaps also an NPC ally. Immense power. Yep. I got this original box too. It's a fantastic module. Agreed. All right. Yeah, exactly. You'd be on the Uber Elite. You're talking about NPCs and mercenaries, right? So yeah, tools that are powerful armies, loyal elite warriors, golden jewels. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Shark. That's where this thing comes into play in terms of real mastery of the system and being able to kick ass. Okay, so all right, we're a half an hour in. I figure let's go over some of the. I always start with some of the basic stuff. Let's see, I'll pull up my little checklist of things I definitely want to go over. That way it keeps me honest. You know what I mean? Let's see, go to the have folders, and where did I put it? Let's see, reviews. All right. I'm going to pull up my review checklist. I want to make sure I do the same review checklist of things I go over for everything I ever review. That way there's like consistency for you guys, right? So you'll be able to say, oh, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. And we jump in. Okay. So let's see. So boom, we pull you up here, and I'm on the restream. Now, one thing I've done is I figured out a way to give myself a bathroom break. Check this out, guys. All I got to do which I'm going to do right now before I really jump into this shit, I hide the camera and I click on this, and I will hide chat overlay. And so you see the Big Lebowski sitting on his throne, and on the bottom of this, you see that Joe's either taking a leak, refilling a drink, or taking a puff, and he'll be right back. So I'll be right back, guys. And I'm back, but I just realized that I was also saying I was going to give you guys some music to chill to. So here would be some what I was going to give you, because you can actually play some music through this thing. Check. There you go. We got chill music. We got down tempo, easy lounge music. So we'll figure out what kind of music you like, what kind of music you hate, and play that shit for you. But yeah. So there you go. We got a musical interlude as I take a leak or refill a drink or something like that. So fun. All right. So what we got here? Chat overlay is going. Okay. So I needed to stream the chat overlay added. Up and put in our corners. Yeah. All right, guys. All right. 2-ply. It's a big Lebowski that's thrown for Joe's. Yeah, I'd like that, right? That's kind of fitting, isn't it, Chad? All right, guys. So let's see here. We will jump into it now. So I'll pull up my checklist so we're all on the same page here. All right. So the credits, the history of it. I'll talk a little bit about that now. This is a 2nd edition adventure, and I guess I should probably just show the screen again because I could just show everything to you while I'm doing it. All right. Okay. Got to make it bigger, of course. All right. There we go. There's your credits, guys. So Carl Sargent was the writer. Editing by John Rateliff. Proofreading, cover art, Jeff Easley. Good cover art there, Jeff. All right. There's so many people when worked on this thing. Only 2, 1 editor, 2 proofreaders, but so many people touched this, you know. Origins 95 playtest. How would you possibly playtest this in one place? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, this is like years long. I don't know how they playtested it, but there's your credits, everyone. Okay. So the cover art, I showed you that, and then the write-up and all that. Overall, I think it's good in terms of the readability. The font is good. A lot of this art, it's like, it's distinctive, but you got to really look at it. Black and white art with a lot of colors like that, and a lot of black color going on. It's hard to figure out what the hell is really going on there. So that was okay, but you know, I like less black and more pencil, right? But all right, so the font's good. The layout's pretty good, especially for the time. I thought it was really good. Some of this was hard to read on the printout. These captions, it's the font that they used, I think, that made it difficult. But other than that, it was all right. Organized well. 3 booklets. What I realized as I was reading it was that each booklet is giving you a region, a sandbox region, right? So the first booklet, levels 1 through 5, gives you a region to deal with above ground. The second booklet, levels, I think 5 to 10, gives you a region to deal with underground. And then there's the third one is the final area where it's the big fight and you got to get into the, that big underground ocean area or sea area. All right. So that was nice. That was nicely done. You could digest it in 3 chunks, essentially. Okay. Production quality was excellent. The box has stood up over the years, even though I did buy it recently over COVID, just to have it fill out the collection. Once I learned Carl Sargent wrote this, like, I must have it. I must get this. So I picked it up. The maps are good, but like I said, my one complaint about the map was you couldn't. I would need the geomorphs or some more, so maybe 25 or 30 random underground, areas I could use and reuse again. That would be, pretty helpful, I think. But other than that, the maps were pretty good. They were basic. I mean, they were simple and basic. As far as VTT applicability, obviously, it was written, decades before VTTs were really a thing. So you have to figure it out yourself. Do a screenshot, make that into a photo, upload it into the VTT or something like that. Handouts are excellent. I thought they were really good, really give a lot of flavor, especially the notes. I love when the players come across notes written by former adventurers, dead ones, or something like that, and they get a clue, and that leads them to something else, and then it sets up role-playing opportunities, and they do this in droves. So, and there's pictures and images like, oh, there's a strange symbol on this shield, and it looks like this on this orc shield, and what is it? And you see you're carrying this thing around until like months later in a real time or game time too, you get another clue that you could usually, piece that together. Oh, wait, the orcs there had this and it's over here. What does that mean? That sort of thing is excellent. It's excellent. Okay. The writing does suck you in. It's descriptive. It sets a great atmosphere. Not so much horror, suspense, or tension, but definitely a sense of the fantastic because Carl Sargent threw out all the rules of magic in terms of magic items and different spells and things like that. It's like he didn't follow the rules in a sense. There's a lot of items that don't work as intended, magic item wise, and therefore it gives you some nice bonuses as to what they could do or don't do, or the consequences of using them. It reminds me of Tim's games, where there's no magic item that's pure. Everything you take, it's going to be a big fuck you in some way, right? And that's how a lot of the good stuff was in here too. So yeah. Now, is this derivative or something the average GM could create on his own in a few hours? Hell no. A few years. In fact, I wish there was more interviews with Carl Sargent out there. I wish he was alive today. I would love to talk to him and pick his brain about what went into the creation of this. Where did he start? How did he start? What was his technique? What did he do? Because in my mind, since we think kind of alike, I think I would have had to start with the end and worked backwards. Again, this goes to my top-down approach. I would have had to start with, okay, the bad guys are creating this, and therefore they must do that, and therefore they must have done this first, and therefore they need these people. So work your way all the way back to the beginning. I think that's probably what he did. Balance and pacing. Does it feel rushed or does it go at a good pace? I think it's not rushed at all. Until the very end, there's no clock ticking. There's consequences, but there's no clock. There's no, you must do this now or else this bad thing will happen. And therefore, you don't get chances as a player to go and do other things, right? So I think that was really cool. Balance between role play, combat, exploration with gaps between each. Absolutely. When the combat's there, it's deadly and lethal. Ridiculous amounts of role-playing opportunities in here because it's a game that's about building factions and alliances, even with disreputable people that you wouldn't necessarily want to ever have a faction or an alliance with. This whole place is the world of gray. All right. Henry Kissinger would excel in this kind of a place, right? Tons of exploration. You need to find certain things, and you're wandering around, lots of wandering encounters during it and all that. So, yeah. So as for the length and the structure, how long would it take? Years. I mean, I think even Carl Sargent at the beginning said it's going to take years to finish this shit. So, yeah, I agree. I think it will take years to run it. Even if you're playing weekly for a few hours a week, you're going to grow old. You're going to get gray hair by the time you're done with this. Are there obvious breakpoints for multiple sessions? Absolutely. You can't run this thing through, so there has to be, right? Replayability and scalability. Can you replay it or reskin it? Yeah, I mean, as you've seen in the chat, people are stealing it already, bits and pieces from it. I think that the towns are fantastic. The above ground towns where you start are absolutely awesome. You could use those as cities for your, starting villages for your campaign, no matter what the campaign is. I think because he does a really good job of just giving descriptions of the NPCs of the town to make them interesting in their own right. Not just, Bill the bartender and, Rachel, the waitress, right? And she's cranky and he's fat. It's not like that. You're given really interesting details about these people. In fact, they're so humorous. Some of them, I think the dude had to be smoking weed. There's no way. I mean, he just had to have been, I'll show you an example later, right? I think he was eating breakfast while he was writing one part of this. GM and player skill level, both of them are high. You're going to, if you start this with a low GM skill level, you're going to rip the players off. So don't do this adventure unless I mean, it's weird to say, but if you suck as a GM, don't run this thing because you're going to rip yourself and the players off. But read it, because by learning it, you will become a better GM. If that makes any sense. As far as players go, the ones who survive this are going to be it's like a gladiator arena, right? Or a DCC funnel. 500 go in and 3 come out. It's going to be one of those things. So I would expect that if you start this, because especially since it's going to take 2-3 years to run it, if you started with a group of 6 players, by the time you're done, some players are just going to burn out, or things happen in life, they can't play anymore, and they're just going to stop. Some people are going to just not like it because it's too brutal and too hard, and they won't be able to adapt their skill level to survive. Those are the ones who are going to die over and over and over again and never learn the lessons of how to be a good player. And so by the time you start this, the group that you start with, I guarantee you, in terms of the players, are not going to be the same by the end. And the PCs won't be either, because there's going to be a lot of deaths. So you're going to be rolling up new PCs, unless you let resurrection and all that bullshit in there, which I don't in my game. So you're going to be rolling up new PCs. So I would imagine that by the time you're done with this, half of your players are going to be different, and you're going to have probably half or more of your PCs will not be the same ones that started the adventure, unless they're really, really good. So maybe I'll be able to run it and give you guys an idea. We'll see how it goes. In fact, I was thinking about running this thing with members. Honestly, I had these ideas of how I'm going to run it, who am I going to run it for. Maybe just channel members, right? Because I'm going to run a game with my brother, maybe my old school group, my home group, and then I'm going to run a game with the new school by my extended old school family guys like Tim and Eric and all those guys, and that'll be broadcast online. My brother, the hometown group, is going to be in person or just Roll20 on our own. I was also thinking about maybe running a game for channel members. maybe a certain donation level, or just maybe, just get to know you guys and see who'd be good or cool or something like that, or who's ready or even willing to commit. So I think this might be the game I run for those guys, just because I do want to run it once. I know that Dungeon Musings guy is running it, and I listened in just to see how he runs it and all that. His delivery is really good. He sounds just like Tony Stark, Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. He has that voice. It's weird how much he sounds like Robert Downey Jr. It's amazing. But he's 80 sessions into this thing already, and he's probably nowhere near completion. But his group is hard to listen to. No offense, guys. They're hard to listen to. They're not amped. I think they need a little more jolt or something like that. It's hard to listen. Plus, it's hard to jump in if you don't know the background. We haven't seen the whole thing. So, but other than that, it's interesting to see how a GM would actually run this thing. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm just thinking about that in terms of maybe I'll run this for you guys, right? And have a bunch of you guys come in, and maybe that'll be the thing. Maybe if one of you guys die, you don't get to come back. If the player's PC dies, that opens up the slot for a different player with a new PC. So that might be fun. That might be fun, really. Oh man, that could be cool. Oh shit, yeah. So like tagging in, it's like a wrestling. It's I'm out, tag in, and get in there. That sort of thing. You got a new player. Oh, Christ, man. Yeah. So another category: GM support level. Tons of GM support in this thing by the Master Car Sergeant. It's very clear. He gives you a lot of prep ideas in terms, especially for combat. He always gives a great tactical layout of what you can do, should do, might do, what the bad guys might do, with the PCs do this and you do that. Ridiculous amount of depth and detail, and all of it's good. And he gives a lot of guidance on how to run it and improvise it, right? So I think that in terms of ET play, it's definitely convertible over. I think the Dungeon Muser guy is doing a 5e version. So either he did it himself or he found something somewhere. I'm not going to do a 5e. Like I said, I'll run it under my own system, if anything. And we're about a year and a half away from even considering something like that. So don't get excited anytime soon. But yeah, that might be what I'll do is run it for you guys. That might be fun. All right, so that's sort of the review without spoilers, guys. And we're 50 minutes in here. All right, so I Shark volunteering. All right, nice. Yeah. So that's sort of the non-spoilers. So I'm going to get into the details. I'm going to start reading all my notes and all the 3 booklets that I did. Let's see. Flint's here. Let me scroll back. I missed a lot of comments. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. All right, here we go. In one campaign, my players were a whole clan intelligent bee here. 12 like an agile reptile mouse, like a read lightning instead of fortified strongholds. Nice. What do we got here? We said, hope you haven't forgotten to take in a new role of 2-ply. The dude forgot to do. Yes, he did. Okay. Underground, and also a huge for your transport service. Play videos of sexy dancers during the break. I can upload videos now. Tim was showing me how to do that. That's why I did my little video of my typewriter, my beginning and all that stuff. Welcome back to 1995. Yes, amen. The Caucasian break and some CCR. Yes. CCR would be very fitting. I agree, but I get copyright stricken if I did, is the only problem. IDO neighbors, Flint, what's up? Hiatus. All right. The older I get, the more I appreciate the plain, clear font. Calibration light is my current favorite to use. All right. Good to know. Oh, Calibri light. Okay. Kuo Tuo sounds like Kalua. It does. Never thought about that. Now I'm going to be like slurring it as I get deeper into this, because I will finish this bottle and then some before this damn night is over, guys. All right. So we'll be finishing this thing. Let me you hear the sounds of refilling. In fact, I just noticed when I'm talking here, you can't even see me unless I'm up in the top corner, huh? Let me see here. You smoke weed? Yes, I do. Let's see. How do I move myself up into the corner? Anybody have a clue? Oh, here we go. Customize. No, that's not it. Replace. No. Fuck knows. I lost the thread of it already. Anyway. Yeah. So let's see. Good stuff indeed. Night Below is designed to have probably several years of in-game time. It isn't designed to be done over in a month. Absolutely not. There's no way. It was an RPG hiatus in the 90s. Missed this in 2E. Yeah, I mean, I missed the latter end of 2E, but yeah. Night Below is a crown jewel for 2E AD&D. Immensely enjoy how flexible and adaptable it is. I've run it with D&D, but also using Rollmaster. Oh, interesting. Rollmaster. ready and willing to commit. I will definitely climbing that mountain. Climbing that mountain, you're in. You're in. I can say that right now. You were my very first person who gave me a membership, 99 cents, whatever it was. You are in. So you are definitely in. Okay. Permadeath. Yes, that was what it would be. Chad, you're in. All right. Volunteer Shark. All right. So we got 3 already. Somebody write this shit down. I'm never gonna forget. Remember. All right. So we got 3 already. Promised. All right. So y'all smoke weed. Yes, I do. All right, guys. So where the hell is? Oh, there I am. Oh, you know what? If I show a comment, my face goes away. That's what it is. That's kind of weird. Because I'm showing comments, my damn face goes away. I was wondering where the hell I went to. Interesting. So cool. Anyway, all right. So I'll show you this. All right. So let me put my old man glasses on here and start. Booklet 1 of 3. 1 hour in, and we're not even into the first book. We're making progress, man. We're making progress. So what I'm going to do is like I said, I printed out. I got 3 tabs open here. All right. But one of them I printed out the booklets I have in hand here, and I did highlights and notes and all that sort of thing. But I'm going to show you on the screen what I'm talking about so you guys can see that. Okay. So let's see here. I'm going to move myself. Maybe I should just move myself into the side corner of the screen. It makes it a little bit easier to see. Where in the fuck is it? Overlay. Customize. Sorry, I'm really going full on Tim here, trying to. How do you do this? And where the hell is it? And blah 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 blah. You know, so I'm really totally going full on Tim here. I gotta say. So I apologize for that, everyone. Just trying to move my little dude over. It didn't fucking work, did it? Jesus Christ. I don't think it's possible at this point to figure that shit out. So we'll deal with it as it comes. Yeah, it's weird. It won't let me move my little person around. So that's kind of strange. I don't get it, but whatever, peeps. All right, back to the chat. It's kind of strange, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, all right, 1 book at a time. All right. So what I did was I printed out for my own use. Each booklet had a map at the very beginning. All right. And that map was the region map of what that book concerned. So here is the map. It's on the inside cover of the book. What I did was I printed it out separately. And I also have another thing going here. I turned it sideways so you could see, so I can refer back and forth to it as we go. Okay. Now, it starts out with a good introduction of what we're dealing with here. Let's see here. It's as he says, it is an epic, yes, epic indeed, dungeon-based campaign to take you from 1st to 10th level and beyond. I would say 15th before you're done. It's expressly written so you can integrate it into any ongoing AD&D campaign, whether Toril, where the Forgotten Realms is, Orth, for Greyhawk, Mystara, and all that stuff. So you could do anything. And as he says down here, hundreds of hours of gameplay. Indeed. Okay, so he goes into a little description of the first 3 books, of all 3 books. All right, so the first one gives you a synopsis of the whole campaign, and it gives you a briefing on how to run it. And it really is a briefing on how to run the thing. The second book, he talks about you're getting into the Underdark, and it's about forming alliances with subterranean races, knowing when and how to make partnerships. That's a crucial thing to the success of this game. This is not a hack and slash game. If your PCs are hack and slash assholes, it's not going to work. It's not going to work at all. Okay. And then the third book, it's when you attack a city. And by then you're like 12th, 13th level, I think, by the time you're hitting the city part of it. And you're doing hit and run tactics like elite Rambos, your Navy SEALs, essentially. Okay. So that's sort of the structure of it, what you're doing there. All right. Now he gets into what do you need? This is kind of neat, is that you just need the 3 basic books. You know, these other ones are helpful, but you could do without it. Okay. Here is the synopsis, and I like how he did this. This is a synopsis of the whole campaign. Oh, here's this how I do it. Customize. Yes, now I can move myself over here. Yes, there it is. Damn, I'm good when I remember what to do. All right, now I'm out of your way. Okay, so that kind of helpful. All right, so here's a synopsis of it. So the whole thing is about the Aboleth. All right, everything in the Underdark is always Dro, right? It's always the fucking Dro. So, but in this, it's all about the Aboleth, and it's neat because they're the most powerful denizens of the Sunless Sea, the Aboleth savants. They hunger after power and domination. They are constructing a huge artifact, the Tower of Domination. It's going to permit them to extend their innate power of domination for hundreds of miles so they can subdue all surface creatures without needing to risk battle or traveling to the surface or anything like that at all. And so in order to create it, they must sacrifice magic using creatures of all the kinds that they intend to dominate. So what they're doing is going across the surface worlds, and they are capturing priests and wizards because there's no warlocks and all that shit back then, right? So that's what they're doing. So the Enterprise is not without complications, however. Other Underdark races have parts to play in the developing picture. A tactical resume of the roles is followed by a brief synopsis of how the campaign will probably develop. Now, he says probably because it is a sandbox in all ways. So that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. All right. So you have different races of the Underdark. None of them are Drow. Thank God. None are Drow. Different races of the Underdark. The Darrow. There are different factions of Darrow. Some are working with the bad guys, the Aboleths, and some are fighting each other, and some hate the ones that are dealing with the Aboleth, and is a guerrilla war going on down below, and that's cool. Then you have the Illithids. There's the Mind Flayers that are also divided in their loyalty. They have a faction in favor of what the Aboleth are planning because they hate the surface people. And then there's the minority view, and those are the Aboleths. They say, no way, this shit's gonna dominate us too. Hell with that, man. Hell with that. Then you have the because I can't pronounce Surfneblin. Deep gnomes. Know that some force in the Underdark is up to some very, very bad shit, but they don't know what, but they do have information for you. All right. And so they might be allies if you do it well. This is a little bit of Carl Sargent's. I like this because it gives you his voice, right? PCs could ally with the Illithids to help gain help from them, especially with maps, logistics, and tactical support. These Illithids can be trusted up to a point. They are lawful, and they will be delighted to find that they don't have to take all the risks themselves, that a bunch of easy manipulated patsies, or allies, from the service world can be persuaded to do some of the dirty work. I love it. I love that. I love those little shots in there. It's not a textbook. It's not bland and devoid of all character. You're getting the author's voice in here, which I really, really do like. All right, so that's pretty cool. All right, so you got the Kuo-Tuo, Kuotoa, Kuo-Tuoa. I don't know how you say it, but yeah, Kalua. You got the Kalua. All right. Now with the Kalua, they say life is more simple. They are firmly aligned with the Aboleth, and their fortress, the City of Glass, protects the entrance to the Great Cavern in the Sunless Sea. The Kuo-Tuo City is the final fight of the second book. You have to go through there to kick ass later. All right, so that's pretty cool. You know what I could do? I could get rid of this. I think makes it a little bit bigger now. You guys can see a little bit better. There you go. Oop, a little bit too big. There you go. You can see a little better now. You need the table of contents, right? All right. So then you have something kind of cool. The Ixtactitl. Ixtactitl. Jesus. I mean, really? They are the freshwater version of the above ground, and they're called the IXZAN. They're a freshwater version of the same thing. Faithful allies of the Aboleth. But then you have something kind of neat, the Rock Seers. It's an Underdark race of elves, tall and slender, a splinter clan of elves which believes itself to have fled from the surface world in fear when Corlan defeated Loth in the great battle of Elven legend. They're seclusive, know nothing of other elves save for the Drow. They are an interesting resource and really kind of cool. I liked what they did with that. And then finally, you have Devils and Demons. Tenari and Badazu. To this day, I still get confused with which is which, Devils and Demons, because I was so against the second edition era when they renamed them because of early political correctness, where, oh my God, you don't want to offend Bible belters by saying Devils and Demons, so let's rename them something that's stupid. That is really, really stupid. So the Badazu are devils because they have a pit fiend. That's how you know. So Badazu are devils with a pit fiend. The Tenari are the demons, and they want to attack Shibboleth and blah blah blah. But there's two groups of Tenari, right? So you have two groups of demons in there. So It's interesting because there's they fight amongst themselves as well. So PC should begin the campaign at first and maybe second level. An ideal group has 4 to 8 characters. The higher the number, the better. If there are fewer than 6, they should have henchmen with them or capable of advancement to high levels themselves, or else make permanent alliances with NPCs able to accompany them. All right, so I like that. He's giving some good player advice here. And then he gets into the mix of it. All right, I think that was kind of neat too. Good people with good underdark skills, underground skills like dwarves, gnomes, and halflings to be helpful. Given the amount of combat, they must include at least 1 priest with major access to the healing sphere, or 2 with minor access. A human or dwarven priest, an elven or half elven split class priest is a good mix. At least 1 mage with serious firepower is a major advantage. You need at least 1 elf if possible, and a warrior neutral. So this is like good advice. That the case the PCs ask or whatever, the players ask, you give them some good advice here. All right, so let's see. This is nice. It is expected the campaign will occupy years in game time, in part for reasons of common sense. Player characters cannot plausibly advance from 1st to 10th level or higher in a few weeks of their own time. So bite me 5e, where that's possible, where each chapter is 1 session, and next thing you know, 10 chapters, 10 sessions, 10 levels. Bite me. All right, so yeah. The DM will be given help with the aspect of the campaign shortly. First, a brief outline. All right, so now we get into, what the hell is going on. And this is good. So the PCs are acquainted with kidnapping when they are targets of a failed kidnap attempt. They do a lot of side quests, and they figure out that there's some sort of weird death cult or something, but there's something deep below the earth that you need to go investigate. And there's, that's done pretty well. Again, you get into the Underdark. After many adventures, you reach the city of the Glass Pool, the Kuotoa stronghold, and the vast sprawl of the Underdark. You find clues of other adventurers who are dead. Defunct means dead. And by then you're 9th and 10th level. And then you find out where you got to go once you beat the that citadel at the end there. And you got to gather your allies, get whatever magic items you need, go back to the surface, hire hirelings or henchmen, armies, force multipliers, force projection. And then you go back in and you just kick some ass. And along the way, you're going to be making allies with disreputable people. I mean, there's opportunities to ally here with the Illithids, with the demons, right? So that's huge. But if you ally with some, you piss off some other allies. So like if there's a chance to ally with the Darrow, but the Deep Gnomes hate the Darrow. And so you ally with them or with any other evil group, you're pissing off the Deep Gnomes. And if they find out, they're no longer your allies. So everything is a give and take. You're going back and forth with this thing. It's awesome. It's freaking awesome. I love that. There's always compromises. Nothing is clean. Nothing is clean. Okay. So let's see. This is kind of good. Adventures in where is it? Adventures in Haranshire. There it is. So this part here. So going over the chapters of this book, and he talks about the mini adventures. I call them side quests now, right? Because it's mini adventures. That a side quest is more of an MMO thing, but yeah, mini adventures here they call them, I guess. They are unrelated to the central mystery of the kidnappings, but you need to do them for 3 reasons. First, it's not plausible that nothing happens in Haranshire, which is the region above, except for people getting kidnapped. Use the side plots to develop the local color, as well as adding a sense of variety to the proceedings, allow them to freedom to escape from a linear plot line. That's key, right? So these are what side quests are the best at. There's no longer a railroad if you got a shit ton of side quests to deal with. Second, they flesh out campaign time, allowing a realistic sense of timescale to evolve. Some of them have off-stage action, like magic items, getting identified, diplomacy, negotiation. So this is good. Third reason, they allow the DM to make sure that the PC level advancement keeps pace with what is required for campaign balance. The PC should be 5th level on average or higher before venturing into the Underdark. Perfect. Now we're getting into the Underdark sprawl. It is, the first line, the scale of this place is enormous, and only a small portion of it plays a distinct part in the Aboleth schemes, but it's huge nonetheless. So that's, you're going in there, and this is no joke. This is no joke. And you have some Underdark side adventures too. They help the GM maintain a sensible campaign timescale and give the PCs, again, the experience levels they need for campaign balance. Not a counterbalance, but campaign balance. Just as above, common sense dictates that there's got to be a lot more going on down here than the Kuotoa city. So think the balancing act carefully through. Well, the central campaign plot line is in many ways linear. The side quests are anything but. and he or she should encourage the PCs to follow their instincts and poke around a bit. So yeah, that's how you're going to meet all these other, little groups out there. This is I thought an interesting paragraph here. Many players are used to the lead them by the nose, linear adventures, and may be very eager to get to grips with what they see as a central menace, ignoring everything else. If so, let them. The chief goal of the game, after all, is to have fun. A certain number of entanglements are avoidable, and a tactful DM could always manage to complicate their lives in interesting ways. And so then he gets into a little bit about, the PCs always want to get an Elminster or Kelvin type involved, and come save my ass and do my work for me. Fuck you. He basically says, no, don't do it. Fuck you. In a lot of different ways. Now, this is nice. PCs should never be allowed to buy magic items. Who's going to sell them? You think that a wizard spent months enchanting a wand of frost just so we could sell it? I agree. I do not allow buying and selling of magic items in my game ever, except for like potions and minor scrolls. That's it. There are times when a little trading between PCs and NPCs may be appropriate, and he gives some guidelines about that. Don't play the NPCs like they're stupid who are going to get killed on the deal, right? Because they're not idiots, right? All right. So, final notes: training and level advancement. I've been going back and forth on training for level advancement for years. Every time I implement it, I realize it sucks for the players and it's boring for me, and it's all it is a money and time sink. And I say, we're not doing it. Fuck that. It lasts me a level or two, and then I just give up on it. But I think it's good. I think it's good in theory. And that being said, as he describes it, what the good stuff is about it, I want to implement it again. I don't know if I'll stick with that plan though, because it's just frustrating and annoying, but it does give a huge sense of immersion. All right. But in here for a long campaign, I think there's a very good reason to do so, because there's a lot of NPC help that is needed in this campaign. You are going to need to create a lot factions, alliances, friends, allies with a lot of people in order to survive, because you're going to be playing this for years. It's not a jump in a hole and come out 10th level, right? It's going to be playing this for years. You're going down, you're coming up again to the surface, you're going down again. Again, there's no time limit, so you're going to be able to go up and down at will. So until the very, very end. So you're going to need to downtime, describe spells or make a magic item or potion or something like that, or consult with a sage. And so that, there is a need then for creating these allies and maybe even some enemies, who knows? But I think it's helpful. I think it'd be very, very helpful to do that. Okay. He goes into psionics because, second edition had a psionics handbook and all that shit. You can use it or not. It's up to you. And he talks about, hovering at that store. He recommends giving them the negative 10 hit point thing, but remember the enemies also get that too. So that's kind of cool. Now here's a neat idea. Where am I? Page 8. Yeah, this is a neat idea. I've never done this. I never really heard of this before, but in terms of ability checks, right? Let's say, roll an intelligence check or something like that. I never conceived of like a group ability check for the group, because how many times it's like, oh, can I do an intelligence check, says the wizard, to determine if I know anything? Yeah, okay, go ahead, do an intelligence check. Fail. Then you get the next smart guy saying, can I do one? Okay, roll. Fail. Then you get down to the retard fighter who miraculously rolls a 20 somehow, and he makes his intelligence check, and it's like, well, how the fuck did that happen, right? I don't like it. And this guy, he talks about a simple ability check can be called for to discover some information. When a group ability check is called for, do not roll separately for each PC, but only once for the whole party. That's brilliant. And what I would do is I'm jotting down these notes as I go through ideas for my own game system. What I would do for that is a group ability check to see what the group knows. I would let the highest level, let's say as an intelligence, usually that's what it is, right? Now, do I have any knowledge of this thing or whatever? And so it's a group check. You take the guy with the highest intelligence, and he gets advantage because he's talking amongst the group, but he's making the roll with advantage. That's it. And so I would give, for a group ability check, an advantage roll. I would incorporate that mechanic over to my game. I think that's a brilliant, brilliant thing. I like it. I'm going to do that in all my games from now on. I thought it was a really excellent idea. Yeah, so let's see. Final words. I like this part too. Night Below is a monster of a campaign. It makes a lot of demands on players and DMs alike, but we hope it's worth it. What differentiates this campaign from previous well-loved epics, such as GDQ 1 through 7, is not lack of hack and slash. Any dungeon worth the time of day has plenty of opportunities for mayhem. A Night Below provides it in spades. Agreed. Unlike Ruins of Undermountain, shot against them, this campaign does not emphasize puzzles, tricks, and traps. Agreed. The logic of the campaign setting does not provide intelligent rationales for such gizmos. Throwing shade there. And I agree. He's breaking away from the bullshit. Every room is a trap this and puzzle there. I hate those things. I don't like tricks and puzzles. I can't stand them. I pretty much will never have a mini game I run unless it absolutely makes sense. Traps, yes. But as he says here, this is why I love this dude. The logic of the campaign does not provide intelligent rationales for such gizmos. Exactly. It must make sense. It must make sense within the context of the campaign. Okay, so that's perfect. Yeah. This is another thing here. Rather, what is unusual here is the importance of negotiation and diplomacy. PCs with an instinct for exploiting dissensions amongst their foes and an eye to opportune alliances, and players who can roleplay intelligently and think fast under pressure when the fur, flins, tentacles, and slime flies will succeed where others fail. In other words, it's player skill, not character sheet bullshit. Players whose characters end this campaign at high experience levels, probably 14th and up, will have truly earned such achievements, and there's no better satisfaction to be had from D&D gaming. Agreed. Then he gets into what's coming up here. So let me stop the share here and see what you guys are saying. Take these old man glasses off. I gotta scroll way the hell back up. All right. Are you a... All right, let's see here. Really want to convert the module to 5e, but it's such a mammoth task. I convert Evil Tide, advanced, and my players love it. All right, cool. Let's see. Are you a D&D rules lawyer? I'm a real life lawyer, but I don't practice. Yep. Count me in, dude. A great idea. Starblazer, you are in. Think about this factor. Every time the players return to the service world, besides the week spent in travel to and fro, they're likely to spend at least 3 months on the service for research. Yeah, and training, as well as dealing with professions, politics, religions, and more. Each time they return to the service. That gives you an idea of the time scope. You're right, Shark. How does one tackle the battle maps for this module of VTTs? They're all old and no to 5-foot squares. You would just basically look at the book, right? Like here, you got the maps, and all you would do is like screenshot this, right? Screenshot it with your PC, save it to put it in Paint for Microsoft Paint. Put it, convert it to a JPEG or something like a PNG file. Then you upload it. And this is one, each square is 5 feet or 10 feet. You can ignore the squares and just set the dimensions you want for your VTT. That's all you would really need to do. It's kind of simple, really, in a way, to handle that for a VTT. That's what I do now for all the other ones. So shit, I thought I was just showing you all that stuff. I'm sorry. Yes, we can use Sigil. Whoops. Foundry and Cauldron of Plentiful Resources are doing a real work. The actual DMs want out of ETTs. Yep. I say Dro. I never said Drow. I never agreed it was Drow. And I think Gary said Dro once too. I just got bumped to full Aboleth slime. It was transformed into an amphibious minion of the Aboleth. She lived to praise and glorify her Aboleth masters. That's great role playing. My PZs are headed to the Sunless Sea to try to locate the second piece of the Rod of 7 Parts. Cool. I always liked that artifact. I had that in a campaign I ran a long time ago. Kuatoa, and it's I'm just say Kahlua from now on. The flying vampire manta ray are different. Yeah. He is live. That or I'm dead. All the alphabet monsters are here. Love it. Yep. One player became permanently involved with a succubus. Yeah, there's a succubus in here. Who doesn't want to? Come on. We all had a little fantasy of the succubus from the old monster manual, right? Yeah. Let's see. I remember that in Terraria, Demons is a Planescape Torment, because Succubus also called that. Okay. 3 plots going at once. Captured and domesticated a large colony of giant subterranean snails. Sticky feet smells. I like that. One of my players realized how deadly Underdark was. So far, they have lost 1 PC to a Mind Flayer Hunter, and a well-liked NPC to a Magma Flow. Magma, just like in, what was that? Magma. Never use the training for level advancement. I always require players to spend golden time for professional training. Cultivating mentors and special instructors is a huge campaign resource. That's really what it comes down to, Shark. That's why I like it. I think for this campaign, it would be very well. Be very good. There is a time limit. Longer to take the more slave NPCs with magic cards will be taken from the surface. If you're a mean DM, yeah, that's true. And they will be. Don't just hand wave the kind of stuff you think is more convenient. Yeah, I think the training cost in gold drains resources too, and the social contacts will really help later on. I mean, much of the. I hope you're not turned to the dark side. Very much. Locked doors to the puzzles are haphazards in a way. Yeah, I agree. Hazards are better. You're gonna be here till Wednesday. I agree, Tim. At least Wednesday. You skip some comments. I'm going back to most of the comments. I run my players through a modified city beyond the gate. Never seen that one. Got to find a master sometimes. All right. So back to the book. Back to book one. I told you it's gonna be a long ass thing. So let me take a sip here. Wet the whistle. Zevia. It's like a stevia sweetened soda. It's pretty freaking good, actually. I get that to wet the whistle, and this to wet the brain. All right, so I'll show you some of the interesting things here. All right, let me see here. Let me scroll to share my screen for you. Boom and boom. And share. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do, if I have this here, I'll have the mark as to where I left off, right? And I could, cool. All right, good deal. Let's see, we'll share this. Oh, the wrong one. All right, good deal. Beginning the campaign. Okay, so you're heading to a village called Thurmaster, which is basically way the hell out in the right side of the map there, in the eastern section, and you're basically some dude offers you, hey, take this to a mage over there in Thurmaster, and you'd be doing me a big solid, okay? And so you're coming from the west, and you're heading east, and you're passing through Millbourne. You're on foot because you're first up. You don't have any horses. That's excellent. And then there's a big attack, and you get jumped, and they try to kidnap somebody. It looks like, and it's led by somebody who's a real bad guy, but he has some minions who are just doing his bidding. The minions are just, local scumbags from the area, but it gives you enough of like, hey, what the hell just happened here? And it even gives you, like, in case you didn't want the first adventure to kill somebody, right? The first encounter. So there's like, they give you a little druid who can maybe rescue the party, but not make her presence known. She's like a feral druid, which I kind of like the whole concept. So that was kind of neat. And then you get to Millbourne, and you basically are like, well, who the hell are you? You could buy some basic stuff here. Now, this is one thing I'm going to do as well. Let me go back to the Millbourne part here. This is kind of neat. I was die seasonal trade. Let's see. So I'm likely to. So you're going to buy anything in Millbourne? I am going to incorporate something in my equipment list for rarity of all, not just certain things, but everything. Like there's going to be the most common stuff, rope, right? That's the most mundane thing. Whereas rare might be some exotic spices or ingredients or something like that. Everything will have that. So the GM could sort it by like what is available in this village, and I could say this village has common stuff, or it has some uncommon stuff, or it has rare stuff, or wondrous stuff, or something like that. I'm going to steal all that shit. I like that idea. All right, so that gives it a little bit of background to the town itself, who the main characters are, who runs the place, and then it gives you a good description of everybody in town. Let me show you the town map here. I think it's one of the GM handouts. Let's see here. There it is. There's a town map. Let me turn it on its side for you. Rotate clockwise. Boom. So that's Millbourne, and that's the other town, a little shitty town, Thurmaster. All right, so you start in Millbourne, you're moving out to Thurmaster to deliver the goods. All right, so that's pretty cool. I like it. Nice little map there. I thought that was pretty neat. And everything is described here. So, like for example, with little flavor and a little character. All right, so looking down here, and so this is a dude. He's clumsy, dex of 7, and dim-witted, intelligence of 6. 6 frame is an effective deterrent to petty theft. All right, so he just gets into little bits of things you can't say now. You can't say dim-witted, I'm sure, right? But then you get a little bit of lore here, right? So it's the meeting place. We're talking about people who are perhaps involved in something here, a little relationship. She's friendly with Geralt the Ranger and tongues wag about the two of them from time to time. Great flavor. You can throw that in. We got to know the town. You got to read this and read this and read this and let it sink into your head. Okay. But once you have that sort of information, that's why I like my detailed NPCs with all this kind of stuff developed. It's good. And some of these characters have done even greater detail. This guy. The tavern is owned by Dirkester, a venerable legend in his own time. Half blind and almost completely deaf, he celebrates his 90th birthday in the current year. This is an age almost unheard of in the area, and the crotchety old man plays on this for all it's worth. He can still engulf a truly terrifying amount of food and ale at lunch times, retiring to his bed to sleep off the effects during the afternoon, only to rise in the early evening with a fresh appetite for the fray. His wife is long dead, likewise his only son, but his twin grandsons run the place under the old man's tyrannical gaze. Then he has daughters and who someone's courting. He tries, so you're getting a lot of detail about this guy. And it's the name of the inn is the Baron of Mutton. It's going to be their home. So they give you a little more detail on the guy who runs it, which is excellent. Excellent. Excellent detail on the NPCs here. Let's see. This is kind of funny. The Smith. All right. So he's often the butt of the local children's jokes. They call him Goblin Strangler. This refers to an incident a few months ago when he came upon a furtive goblin on the road to Harrelton and, lacking a weapon, killed it by a simple expedient of wringing its neck. He is a gentle bear of a man, except when provoked, and much more intelligent than he looks. He usually works off his frustration by punching a hole through the wall of the smithy. My grandfather used to do that. So if you go over to his house, sometimes you see a hole in the wall. So yeah, Pop got mad about something. Huh? Oh God, yeah. All right, so moving through here, you see my page turning. Here's another little bit of a funny detail. Rastafer's store. Okay, this is just neat. This is just here. Let's see. Where is it? Rastafer does not. Okay, here it is. All right. Rastafer himself was in his mid-50s, a scarecrow-like figure with a wild mane of gray hair and slightly protuberant eyes. He is non-judgmental and friendly to all potential customers, but due to his complete lack of dental hygiene, his breath smells as if a small rodent crawled into his mouth while he was snoring one night and died there. So despite his goodwill negotiating with him, it's not a pleasant experience. That's just awesome, man. And then he has weird shit. This is something I can see, Tim, if you're still listening. This is the kind of shit you drop into your campaign. And everything has a little twist on it. Dry rations, certainly. We have sealed packets of dry goose eggs and tubes of pickled eels. Most nutritious. Be inventive. Prices should approximate the player's handbook values, but sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. It's a bizarre place to step into. Hanging from the ceiling one night, one might find clusters of partridge tail feathers, smoked eels, a bag full of local Green Street herb cheese, a sinister-looking collection of heavy meat hooks, lengths of leather strapping designed for no obvious purpose, and a heavy wooden sled hanging precariously over the PC's heads. So yeah, that's the kind of, I'd like the flavor, get you that really awesome flavor in there. All right, so let's see. Oh, this is one guy. I thought, Tim, if you're still listening, if you're listening in the background, this reminds me of you. Old Grizzler. I'm going to rename him Matt Jackson in my campaign. Old Grizzler is no fool, and he doesn't tolerate fools gladly. He doesn't tolerate them all, in fact. He has strong opinions on everything, which generally come down to a belief that the world is getting worse by the day, a suspicion that young people don't have the respect for the old that they should have, an unshakable conviction that wrongdoing should be heavily punished. String him up is his favorite expression. Despite his crustiness, the old dwarf has a soft spot for young dwarves that after a few ales begins to mellow a little. He's adept at getting others to pay for his ale, and there are other usual rumors of hoarded wealth below his floorboards. Of course, he's got a pile of gold stashed away somewhere as a dwarf, ain't he? There you go. That's the Matt Jackson thing. You're going to bed, Christopher. Take it easy, man. Check all this out tomorrow. We'll be here for another few days. So tomorrow I might still be here, really. So yeah. So feel free, man. Join in again tomorrow. All right. So you get the third master right after that's the second town. And basically, you get the task of, oh my God, my apprentice is missing. Find her, please. Right. And so you're looking around and you really can't find her because she's kidnapped, and you don't find her until the end of the second book, I think, or even the beginning of the third book. And so it's not like you're on the trail to find the kidnapped or missing person the entire adventure. It's not it. It's like, fuck, I can't find her. All right, whatever. Good to go. Now let's do something else. Right. So let's see, page 20 here. I had something I wanted to touch on. This is pretty good. This is not a lead them by the nose campaign. The chapter and the gazetteer offer the DM many options for guiding the PCs through encounters and mini adventures in a highly flexible manner. There is no set order of encounters. The DM should play events by ear. If the PC set up for the Garlstone mine early in this phase of the campaign and cannot be encouraged to do otherwise, so be it. Players should have the freedom to have their PCs do as they wish. The DM should even up matters by giving them some help. The Rangers and the druid might accompany them, either one or both, to increase the PC party strength so that they have a reasonable chance of success. They will diminish the XP return since the NPCs get a share of it. So yeah, perfect. That's a perfect way to describe what a sandbox is. You know, you play it by ear. You don't lead them along. You can suggest things, but it may or may not do shit, right? So that's it. It's up to them to do it if they want to. All right, so you're moving through. You're doing these side quests. Ooh, there you go. Hot feral druid for the win, by the way. Whoever did that, nicely done. Yeah, it even stands out with all the darkness. And you got some wolves there and all that. Yeah, she's angry. She's like a little insane. I go for crazy, so that's kind of my type, you know. All right, so you got some side quests, and by doing these side quests for the people, you actually, you save a person who transformed into a werebear. You figure out why a mire is forming, and that gives you there was a defective, faulty ring of water elemental control. But if you were doing a different region, you find out that they could use that ring up there. Do you kill the goblins who have it and take it, or do you make a deal with the goblins to move them up to the area where they could be repopulate, or nobody cares about them? They're not doing any harm anyway, right? And then your ring goes up there and it solves the problem with the water that's going on up there, and the farmland isn't being destroyed anymore. It's like those sorts of things are excellent. They're really, really excellent. Now, let's see. You get plot hooks as you go by meeting new NPCs. You solve one of the quests, and then the Lord Palfrey is there, and he thanks you, but he gets a little nervous, and you give him a clue that says, "Oh my God, you're gonna have to go, and there's something going on in the Thornwood." And then Palfrey knows the secret of the Thornwood, but he's not going to tell you. You get the sense that he might know something, but then his son, the 18-year-old, might tell you, but you got to take him on the adventure with you. And you know that if you do that, his father will be pissed, so you burn an ally. And if he dies, he'll be really pissed, so you burn an ally on an entire town. But he has the info that you need, so what do? Everything, every choice has like a give and a take. It's really, really good like that, I think. They're giving you clues here and there, and you basically get to put them all together as you go. So you need to keep careful notes. This is not a campaign for people who just want to beer and pretzels, don't think about it sort of a thing. They need to pay attention to this. All right. Let's see. So moving forward, once you get past all of this, down to around page 30, this is all the pre-stuff, right? The side quests, and you're figuring out what's going on, and then you finally get an idea of where you need to go to kick ass and finish out like this booklet or whatever, this section of it, right? But right dead center of this thing, you get a gazetteer. All right, so this is a gazetteer of Haranshire, which is the area that you're dealing with. Haranshire is this, okay? And there's some towns and woods and streams and villages. Oh my! And you get a gazetteer of who's who, not just the region like this forest and that stream, but who the people are. Rangers and priests of Haranshire. A little bit about them. You get some background. You go, we'll make some tick. Then you get a detailed, location synopsis, who's in each area, what makes them tick. There's some trolls there. I don't know. That old troll art. I don't like that troll art. I never really did. Yeah, so at first, my first note about this gazetteer was that, what the hell is it doing here? Why is it in the freaking middle of the book? But then I realized, as I was reading it further, there's so much depth and detail here that if you put this at the beginning of the book, it would overwhelm you. It'd be way too much to deal with. You need to have a foundation of a couple different towns and meet a few people and see how that stuff interacts before you get the gazetteer. So I think the gazetteer is nicely placed in the middle here. I got to say, I think it really is nicely placed in the middle. Good detail about everybody. Again, this is kind of same art here, which is, it's evocative. If you but it doesn't jump out at you. You got to pay attention to see what the hell it is. You really got to look. A little bit too much black, too much of the dark ink going on there. But yeah, the gazetteer is good. And within the gazetteer itself, you're getting plot hooks, right? You're getting encounters. You're getting factions. You're getting who likes who and who hates who, right? like, I got one here on page, let me see, 36. Another example, I thought that was actually good at tying a lot of stuff together. All right. So the Gleaming Glade here. All right. So it's interesting because what you're doing here is you're tying in the history of Broken Spire Keep, what happened before, why there's a problem there, why nobody goes there, why is it a secret, why don't they want to tell you about it, and then you get to talk to some of the NPCs who might have some knowledge about it, like the son, old Grizzler might know a clue about it. There's so much detail in this that you could use and draw upon because it ties multiple threads together. And then if you get it, you get a handout, right? You can play your handout now at 9 at this time, and then you can identify it as the writing of the old Palfrey guy, and you could show it to them and confront them and say, what the hell is this about, right? And then you get more stuff, and then just like Howler's More. What is it? It doesn't matter. It's nothing. It's just a description. But it's a good place to drop the old Irish black dog tale into there. All right, you can make it a legend, a tale, or whatever you want it to be, or it could be an actual black dog. That's fine. But it's just more ideas and hooks for the GM. Okay. And here you get into the details of the Broken Spire Keep, which is like the big fight of this whole module here, this whole first third. Let's see. Oh, page 40. I got something. I wrote, this won't fly today. So let me see what the hell it was. Yeah. Currently, the scion of the family is Count Sandior Palfrey, a vague, pleasant, stubborn, woolly-headed squire of 71. His sole heir, Lintern, is 18 years of age. His mother, Sandor's 5th attempt to sire a son, and the first to surprise her husband with his success at the task, died in childbirth, and the boy is lonely and miserable with his distant father. In other words, daughters don't count. It has to be a son to take over. That ain't going to fly, right? That would never fly today. Never. All right, so moving along, you get to the Broken Spire Keep. Let's see. He talks about, this is good. So talking about the Broken Spire Keep, he gets into a lot of tactics, what you should do, what the bad guys are going to do. So their tactics are attack en masse. They're not hold back. The last thing they want is for the base to be discovered by anyone who escapes to tell about it. They will pursue fleeing PCs until it's virtually certain the PCs will have to run for the rest of their lives here, not be taken in one assault. Strategic notes are given after the keep's locations have been detailed. And those strategic notes are what I was talking about before. They're excellent and in great detail. The DM should eschew morale rules here and apply personal judgment instead. These individuals are both evil and desperate, more terrified of their priest commander than any intruders. Most won't even contemplate surrender until death seems certain. 2 of them will not surrender under any circumstances because of the effects of the potion of domination. And the head dude won't surrender either. However, the thief gladly surrenders given the chance. This captures a key event. So, yeah. All right. So then this is just a setup. Then you got the descriptions of the rooms and everything. And then tactical and strategic notes. All right. This is excellent. The level of detail that he gives, I'm not going to go over everything because it'll take years because every encounter has this. But look, you're talking about a page and a half of tactical and strategic notes on how to run this thing. Round by round almost, what they're going to do. And then you get into the dungeon level of this place. Okay. Moving through. That's decent art. Zombie arm and shit. That's actually good. It's not, I like it because there's not a lot of black. I do kind of like that. Not a lot of black going on there. The black just takes away from the picture. I can't see through all the extra ink to see the actual picture. So you get through the fight in the ruins of the tower. Let's see. I wrote down. I know I got some notes here too. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Page 44. Let me go back a couple pages for you. This was kind of interesting. Like that person they were talking about above who might, turn on the bad guys. He's beaten for not every day. For what they do is they step in mud, make him clean, rub their boots in wet mud, make him clean them, and then they beat him for not doing their job properly, and then they walk right out and stomp in the mud again before returning to the hapless youngster, 16 years old, and they beat him again, and so he loathes them. I mean, and then he gets into a humorous description. A spectacularly nerd-like in appearance, 5'11", painfully thin, with scrofulous skin, and light brown hair. It looks as if someone has been mopping up greasy floors with it for several weeks. However, he's the one thief here only too willing to surrender and bargain for his freedom. All right. So yeah, so it gives a little bit of background why he would bargain and surrender. And it's also brutal. I mean, what they did to him is kind of fucking brutal, right? This is one little funny thing here. Basically talking about summoning the bad guy, the big bad guy at the end. And if the things go bad, they summon him. Let's see, it takes the messenger 3 rounds to reach the priest and 5 more for the priest to arrive with his undead escort. It's beneath his dignity to sprint, and he knows an entrance is more impressive if you don't outpace your attendants. That's the Darth Vader approach to this. You just walk, your own goddamn pace. I kind of like that. Those little bits of flavor I thought are really good that make this pretty fucking cool. All right, and then he talks about, this is not going to be taken in one session. You're going to go out, you're going to kick ass, you're going to leave again, take some time, heal up, and then you go back again. And by then, it talks about all the reinforcements, we're still in the fight here, guys. We're still in the tactics, right? So, all what they would do. I like this kind of thing. He creates these things like a pepper bomb. What is it? He made a mechanic for a pepper bomb. What does it do? You throw it in their face. They're disabled for 1d4 plus 1 rounds. Can only see right in front of them. Penalty to Thaco and a -1 to weapon damage. Spell casting is impossible. Great, cool little item. I love those sorts of things. I used to do something with that related to it. It was for flour. A big old cloud of flour that would pop up. So yeah. And down here it says the DM may add whatever the thieves can improvise from mundane equipment around the keep. Be mean. Strategically, what may be important is whether the PCs manage to capture or not, and if they do, they have a useful source of help. So be mean. That was the key thing there. Yeah. Don't be a wimp. If they're gonna, they're gonna pull a MacGyver with whatever they have in the keep, and then you got to just kick some ass. They have even he puts new rules in here for different items, like a garrot. I think it's a garrot, right? Not a garrote. But so a garrot drops around their neck, locks it into place, and there's a whole mechanic for how you get killed by a garrot. So neat. And this, of course, I had to highlight. There is a place for people to take a shit. There's a latrine dump. So perfect. And inside it, there's a carrion crawler, because in the time-honored tradition of such places, they must have a carrion crawler. Amen, baby. Amen. All right, got the treasure room, blah, blah, blah. Treasure in this is pretty fucking cool. As you go along, all these guys have, there's like this smell on the bad guys. It smells like fish. It's nasty. It's bad. Those are all the ones who are being dominated by drinking the potion of domination. The potion of domination is well described down here on page 50. And, what it does for you, it basically it makes you more susceptible to be dominated by the bad guys, and it also makes you stink like fish. So that's your clue. You don't figure this out until much later, though. They don't tell you what the reason for that is until much, much later. But that's what it does for you. And so that ties together. Later, you'll figure it out, right? So that's kind of neat. All right, guys. Speaking of neat, there's nothing neat about this. I have to take a leak again. So I will be right back. Let me hide my screen here. All right. Let me stop the sharing. Let me turn off the overlay. Let me put on my other caption below, and I will give you some music to listen to while I go. I will be right back. I am back. What do you think of that? Cool? You like? You hate? Oh, God. Let's give the chat back here. Back the overlay. Back to the... All right, let's see where you guys are at here. I know I'm way freaking behind on the chats here. Let's see. Skip some comments. All right. Jody, audiobook reader is a thing. Got to find a master. Audiobook reader, you think? What do we got here? Not fond of puzzles either. A trap from time to time is good to keep them on their toes. Yeah, I like the trap thing, right? Not the 10-foot trap. Everybody's walking around with a fucking 10-foot pit trap. Everybody's walking around with a pole here. The mythic underworld has plenty of scope. Think about the many hazards that can face players exploring the subterranean depths. Toxic clouds of gas, bubbling pools of steaming mud, random stuff. Yeah. Oh, you know, there's a good book on that. What the fuck is it? Besides the old Dungeoneer Survival Guide. Damn it, where is that book? I backed a Kickstarter for it. And it was excellent. Written by the same guy. Shit. This is the problem with too many fucking books. You can't find the one you ever want, you know? It's written by the same guy who did the Dungeoneer Survival Guide, though. Swords of Cthulhu? No. Is this it? Yeah. Yeah. The Survivalist Guide to Spelunking. All right. This is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And it's written authors of Thylograph, Douglas Niles, and Stephen Yeardley. It's a great book. I backed the Kickstarter a long time ago for it. But yeah, so Douglas Niles wrote the Dungeoneer Survival Guide. And it's like, this is a new, updated, and better version of it. So I think it's well worth it. The Survivalist Guide to Spelunking. So definitely you should check it out if you haven't. Yeah. Take a look, guys. All right. So love those random side quests that basically lead into an epic adventure. Guard the wagon to the small. It always starts with guarding a wagon, right? You know you're in trouble if you're just like guarding a wagon to go somewhere. Why would you guard it if there's not going to be a fight? That's what I should do as an epic beginning is like guard this wagon. It's a treacherous area you're going through, and then nothing fucking happens. Oh, God. So back and running with D&D, about 4.5 hours with a few minutes at the beginning of chat and breaks for players. Joe, was your favorite in-person session length? 4 to 5. I like that. I think that's good. If you can pull it off, right? I mean, this thing is going to go 4 to 5 hours tonight too. But if you can pull out a 4 to 5 hour in-person session, I think that's pretty damn good. Yeah, healing pools, hot springs of soothing. Yeah, I agree. And mushrooms especially. I love the mushroom shit. I'm always looking for mushroom tables, guys. If you ever come across any mushroom tables for like you eat this mushroom and bad weird fucking shit happens, send them my way. I'm always on the lookout for that stuff, you know. Yeah, you feel the sandy soil shit under your smell, freshly cut wood, and see children playing in a large open area. All right. Let's see. A powerful drug cartel. Shark, you can fucking deep on that shit, man. Geez, a drug cartel? It's like what? It's like Scarface in your game, huh? Christ. All right. Christopher went to bed. Shark got to tick off the character some way with an organization in the target. Love this module in the middle of it now with a group of newbies. How's it going, Andrew? I'm glad you're playing it. Joe, crazy is everybody's type. I've gotten into less crazy lately as I get older. You know, my mid-50s. I'm like, maybe you don't go for the too crazy eyes. You know, there's levels of crazy eyes, right? You know, there's like insane crazy eyes, and there's some, you know, you gotta have a little crazy in you just because, you know, it's just fun. You know, crazy women are the best for excitement and nonstop fun and drama. Never a dull moment that can wreck your life. Yeah, you got to keep your boundaries. You don't fucking give them a house key. You know, you don't let them ever alone with your like credit cards and wallets and phones or anything like that. But you know, hey, lock the valuables down. You know, as was it Artie Lang used to say. You know, I think if he said it for hookers, but I think it applies for crazy. If you're not in the room, you always have them clapping your hands. You know, if you're out of the room and they're in a different room, always have them clapping their hands because you know if they're clapping their hands, they're not, you know, pilfering or destroying or whatever the hell stuff, right? Yeah. My players met and befriended a zealous witch hunter and preacher. Jesus, Shark, you gotta write this shit up, man. Led Zeppelin, yes, Led Zeppelin's Black Dog. Yeah, I agree. This won't fly today. Never. There's a lot of shit that won't fly today here. Garrote. Okay, all right. Carrying calls for peasants. Real dinners have Odiogs in the latrines. This one has an Odiog too. It's kind of neat what they did with an Odiog in this. They had an Odiog that was so toxic, its environment. It lived near some trolls, and the trolls were so affected by it, even though trolls regenerate, they're so sickened by it that they developed an ability to vomit bile and cause damage. So, +1 potion of prostate enhancement. Nice outro music thing. Yeah, I like that. There's a lot of different musics I could do here. You got chill, down tempo, chill hop, hip hop, lo-fi, lounge, R&B, minimal house, future pop, love, classical, epic, cinematic, world, corporate, indie rock, acoustic, jazz, ambient, atmosphere, nature sounds, and rain. I thought it might be fitting to do rain if I was taking a leak. You guys, well, you know. All right, we're closing in on the end of the book here, the first book. All right, so we're closing in on the end of the first book. Let's get back to it here, guys. I'm gonna put my old man glasses on. I can see this shit. All right, I gotta share the screen again. Share that entire screen. Boom, share. There you go. Am I back? All right. All right, cool. Nice music. I'm going to leave that. You don't need to see my ugly face to do this. And if I leave this comment here by Shark, I know where I left off with the comments because it highlights it on my screen. So I'm going to do that. All right. So this was interesting. Page 52. This is what I was talking about where I know he was eating fucking breakfast while he was writing this stuff. He's talking about the upper caverns. And he describes each room in the caverns that he's talking about. Or let's see. I think I'll show you the caverns. Where the hell is he talking here? So the upper caverns, map 6 on map sheet 2. So, all right, so map sheet 2. Where the hell is that? Map 6. Again, this is all the maps, guys. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll. Doesn't come easy or fast. And every time I scroll through, it fucks up the dimensions. So tactical map 2, map 13. And now I'm going to have to change this around. But this is just, I'm going to show you. I'm not going to do this for every single map, obviously. There it is. All right. So let me turn this around for you. Rotate clockwise. Boom. Ah, fuck. I got to do it 2 more times now. Son of a bitch. Where is it? Another rotate here. Come on. Give me another rotate, bitch. What the hell? Well, let me rotate. All right. Rotate clockwise. And one more time should do it. Sorry, guys. Nothing. I got so much shit open here. I got like a high-end kind of computer, but this ain't no joke in terms of like the speed and stuff it's taken up here. So it gives me, let me see. Come on. Give me another rotate. Rotate clockwise there. All right. So map 6. This is the thing where I know he was thinking of breakfast when he was doing it. All right. Because you got something called these are caverns, and each wall of the cavern reminds you of something as you look at it. Like the Queen of Souls pillar, number 4. All right, because there's formation, a milky columnar formation, like the pipes of some majestic organ. This majestic structure has a slow trickle of water down into the pool below. The name comes from the belief that the female deity of protection, as appropriate to the game world, watches over the souls of miners. The structure used to be decorated with flowers and small offerings of gems by miners. Awesome, right? Then you have some other rooms. Room number 6. It's called the Filch of Bacon. The side of the cave has broad, ruddy striations that make the wall look like something like a cured side of bacon, hence the name. And then number 7, the Cat. A huge knobbed rock formation here looks vaguely like the head of a cat. Sometimes referred to as Pargenter's cat, after a famous outlaw of antiquity used this cavern as her hideout centuries ago. The brooding beast is said by local legend to wait for her return. 8. The Poached Egg Chamber. The narrow passage is dominated by stalactites, which end in globe-like protrusions with a stained yellow center amidst the white of a globe. This is where guards arriving for Area 12 will try to ambush the party, blah, blah, blah. So what I'm thinking here is that when he was writing this shit, it was like at his kitchen table on a Sunday morning or something, and his cat named Pargenter was looking at him as he's eating bacon and eggs. That's what I think is going on. That's honestly what the hell I think was going on here. I can't think if there's anything else that was going on other than that. You know, I love those little bits of shit there, you know? So anyway, we're back to the text here. All right. So you're in, now again, you're in the big fight. You do the big room above, now you get into the area below the mines, and there's a whole lot going on here. Again, with the strategy and tactics. All right, on page, let me scroll down a little bit more. 57. All right, more strategy and tactics. All right, great detail. And then, if you win, what's the victory? Where's the treasure? This is kind of neat. There's a Leoman's Desirable Residence. It's a model of a small, cozy cottage, which Shelek has in his belt pouch. It looks like a badly designed ceramic model of somewhere that no one in their right mind would want to live. If the right command word, Krizik, is spoken, the cottage becomes a life-size cottage, albeit a small one, 30 by 20. It's essentially the same as those called into being by the 4th level wizard spell, Leoman's Secured Shelter. It can be commanded to assume this form twice a week, for a duration of up to 8 hours each time. It holds 1,000 pounds weight, even in miniature form, as per a bag of holding. But stored items cannot be retrieved unless the desirable residence is at full size. So anyone inside the residence, when the 8 hours expires, another Tim Shorts thing here, perishes rather horribly, being wholly crushed inside the collapsing model. So don't sleep late. You sleep late in your little cottage, you have a couple the night before, and you're like hungover and you're sleeping in, you're dead. You're dead. So then there's rules for how to learn the command word. But once you do, you have a huge asset of 1,000 pounds capacity bag of holding, essentially. I would probably increase that to 10,000, honestly, because there's so much shit you're going to get out of this adventure. You're going to need that sort of thing. And it's 30 by 20, honestly. I mean, 1,000 pounds is a bag of holding. A bag of holding is a lot smaller dimension-wise than this. I would probably bump it up by 10 times, so 10,000 pounds, because you're still limiting it, because you can only do it twice a week, right? And so when 8 hours expire, you might die. There's limits on it already built in. So I don't think that's too bad of a thing here. All right, and then let me see. Oh, the other thing about the tactics and strategy on page 57. I think I like the way he worded this thing. They must use intelligence scouting, divination spells, and their wits to avoid being the meat in a sandwich. I like the way he wrote it, yeah. And then again, so it assumes that you're never going to beat any big final encounter. Of each book has a big final encounter. This one, it's this tower. The next one is this glass city, where the hell it was called. And the final one, it's the Aboleth city. Each final encounter, it assumes you're going to be going back and forth, and it gives details about how they're going to reinforce between, right? The longer you wait, the more shit you're going to get as a reinforcement. All right, so I like that as well. So victory, question mark. Interesting, right? So PCs, I think this is a great exposition he does here. I'm going to read it to you because I think it's a great exposition of sandboxes in general. Okay. PCs are free agents and may not follow up on the orcish involvement. They may even think that the threat is eliminated and their work done. Not so. If they take no further actions, then the orcs, on instructions from their Underdark masters, take over the kidnapping themselves. Further disappearances and atrocities, massacres at farmlands, for example, should be staged by the DM. In time, the orcs grow increasingly bold, targeting a bunch of named people. Lastly, if they show the brooch design to Toster, he says he thinks he knows the owner, the old wizard. He becomes suspicious because they give a whole big background to this guy who you're originally delivering stuff to. He's like hiding out from his former guild master because he's scared to death of him. So next time he shows up, he's got a couple mastiffs there. He's like, fuck, the guy's after me. I'm sure of it. And then again, you have to, in order to get beyond, if you don't want to investigate the orcs now, eventually, the orcs are going to be such a threat, you're going to have to do it. And so you need to have done a couple quests in order to get the 2 keys. It reminds me of like Doom. Remember, you needed the 3 different color keys to open a door to win the thing and get to the next level. Same thing here. You can't open it any other way. You can't pick it. You can't, high power disintegrate could get through, but you don't have this power at your disposal now. So you need the keys. So you need to do certain things to get there. And I'm okay with that. Honestly, I'm okay with, you cannot go further until you get this thing. I don't mind that at all. It seems linearly railroady or something like that, but I think it's good so that it sort of contains a little bit of the action. It protects them against their own worst nature in some ways. Let's see. What do we got here? All right, so you finally get to the orcs and all that, and there's some good weapons here. I mean, they do. He always has some kind of like major artifact level, not artifact level, but high powered weapon in each adventure that a PC could get. Usually of a certain class or race or alignment or something like that. But they're really good, and they're unique. He made them up on his own, and in this one on page 62, what we got here? It's a magical spear, unique Aboleth created thing. So it It gives a lot of abilities. +1 weapon makes every sentient creature aligned to its wielder within 100 feet almost fearless. Saving throws against fear, spook, and similar spells. Does not include the lizards. Beast does not be able to use the weapon, but the invocation is not bound to its owner. None of its magic is energized, including the +1 attack and damage. So this is one they actually can't use, but they're all interesting. You know, he didn't just throw in a +3 spear. He made them all interesting, which I thought was pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. All right, let's see. We're almost done here, guys. Let's see. Oh, here's one good thing. I like this. I always like dwarven shit related to booze. And so some of the loot gives you a clue that there's somebody here that was a dwarf. Snagger's equipment is also here. A suit of dwarven chainmail +1, battle axe +1, a shield, a pack, blah, 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 blah. And the real giveaway, a sealed ceramic jug of strange stone porter ale. Any dwarf PC knows that only dwarfs carry this stuff around, allegedly because no other human or demi-human race could drink it and survive. I love that. I mean, it's a trope and it's bullshit, I know, and it's an old thing that goes back for decades, but I love that dwarves are fucking alcoholics. You know, I think it goes back to the Scottish thing. The dwarves are all Scottish. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Not that all Scottish are alcoholics, but I know you like to drink. Look at the critical drinker, right? I mean, he's making his fucking fortune off of 3 million followers or something because he's a drinker, right? The Scottish critical drinker. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And then at the end, you're in the bottom of this sort of, you know, shit show, the dungeon of the tower. And then you see appearing from the walls near you are deep gnomes. And they say, hey, the fuck, right? And this is this halting comment. I think we should have a little talk about what you're planning to do, don't you? And then they sit down and talk. And then you get into book 2. Boom. All right. So book 1 is done, guys. Book 1 is done, 9 p.m. 2 hours in, 1 book. But he did a little prelude and the introduction and comments and all that stuff. So let's get back to y'all here. All right. Let's see. We could be breakfast, but also sounds like spelunker caving vocabulary for formations of caverns. See baking walls and popcorn ceilings. All right. I've seen the popcorn paint thing for ceilings, but yeah. Just go for baking walls, caverns, and you'll see them. Really? That's a thing? I didn't know that. I figured it was just a shit. He was eating breakfast or something and made it up as he went along, you know? So interesting. All right. So we got 3 on X watching. Thank you all your Xers. None on Facebook because Facebook sucks apparently. 32 on YouTube. Thank you all. And 1 over on, what is that, Rumble? No, 1 on Twitch. And let me see who's watching. How many we got on Rumble? I have to look at the Rumble things separately here. We have 5 on Rumble. Thank you all your Rumblers. All right. I know Just D&D and Raptor 7 are probably still there. The only ones who commented over on Rumble, but much appreciated. Much appreciated, everybody. Let's see. As I started this video, I had 3,440 subs. I still have 3,440 subs. So if you like the channel, guys, please do subscribe. I much appreciate it. Much appreciated, everybody, if you do. It's excellent. It's excellent of you. All right. So getting back to it here. And again, if you like this module so far, if you want to buy it, Drive-Thru RPG has it. Click on my affiliate link, and I might make a couple pennies when you do buy it. So, and that'll go towards art for the RPG. Nobody's making money off of this, even though you guys are really awesome and subscribing and, you know, up in the levels of members and all that stuff. Still not paying. Chad, good night, buddy. Take care. Check out the second half of it. I imagine we'll be here another 2 hours before it's all said and done. So check out the second half tomorrow. It's going to be up there for, you know, forever. So you can, you know, read it or listen to it whenever you like. Okay. All right. So we finished the first part. Okay. Now move on to the second section of this. And again, what I did was, like I said, I printed out each map for each section. So the first map is here. All right. Just handier to do it that way, I think. Second map. All right. And you get into the Underdark, and the deep gnomes are your allies, and you find out about the other races going on down there and what they're all about. Okay. So let's see. Book 2. The Perils of the Underdark. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm not going to, like, I've given examples of what he did here so far. Thank you, Erudite. Appreciate it. You know, I'm not going to keep furthering giving the same example of the same thing he did. So it's going to get faster as we go along. You know, I wanted to use the first book to give, like, he does this well, he does that well, and here's an example of why. I'm not going to say, look, and he did strategery again. You know, I'm not going to do that over and over every single time. All right, so let's move into it here. Let me share the screen with you. You should get a little bit faster, I guess, is the bottom line of what I'm saying. I'm not going to give multiple examples of the same thing. I mean, that's just, you know, kick your ass and my ass if I did to do that. No. So, all right. Here we go. All right, so Erudite DM. Good job, Joe. Oh yeah, this is kind of neat too. He had at the end of each book, I should say that he has for every area he has a random encounter table, right? For every named area. It's not like for woods this, for hills that. For every named area, he has a random encounters, which I kind of thought was cool. I like that approach to it. I don't like, I think I said this before in different videos, I don't like the hex approach. I don't like to have, a hex map and every hex detailed with what's in it. I rather do the more random approach to things. Okay. Panther stopping in to say hello. Thank you. Thank you. See you again after I finish work. Dude, if you have an 8-hour shift, I'll probably still be here by the time you finish work. So thanks for stopping in, man. Much appreciated. You still got 36 people, so we're doing pretty damn good. Gotta say, doing pretty damn good. Excellent. All right. So moving along. Remember, we were now talking about that's the end of the book. All right, now the beginning of book 2. Cool art, by the way. That's awesome. That is really, really good. That's just awesome. I mean, look at that shit. I like the color scheme. I like the everything about it is excellent, honestly. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's cool. Like, what is that thing? I don't know. It's just cool looking, Yeah. So, all right. Moving along here. This is the next map. And what I did is, like I said, I have this turned sideways. I'll zip ahead here so that you guys could, as I can keep referring back to this map as well. Let's see. Is that it? I have to go to table of contents here. Perils of the Underdark. There we go. Hate to do that because every time I do, it shrinks the damn screen. All right. And this one, of course, is not turned sideways. I have to rotate it clockwise again. Clockwise 3 times. Clockwise and clockwise. There we go. All right. I could keep going back to this thing here. Now, this map is interesting. I should probably give you an overview of this because there's a lot of weird shit going on here. It took me a while to figure this out, right? So you start on this map in the top left corner over here, right? And you see that there are a lot of like symbols on it. That what the hell does that mean? And then there's numbers, and then there's other things like X1, X2, X3, X4. What the hell does all this shit mean, right? The X's refer to an interesting area. That's what the X's are. They are, hey, this is an interesting point that you may want to, and it's described in the book, but it's not like an encounter area where you're going to fight something. Those are the numbered areas. Okay, so that's, what is that, 10 through 21, right? Those are the numbered areas. All right, so those are where you're going to have a fight, and each of those areas has a map. All right, so each of those areas has a map for a fight like this. All right, so 10 through 21. Here are the maps for those fights. So map 10, the Snurvlum City Maze. Map 14, Monsters at War. So again, map 10, the City Maze. 14, Monsters at War. Okay, so the X's are locations that are interesting. The numbers are, and they're described. The numbers are locations that have a map for a fight like that. And then what you have are these little fucking weird ass symbols. And there's a key down here. The fungal hazard, glass rock, ledgeways, magical flux point, oozes, piercers, razor rock, stink mold hazard, treacherous footing, and wormholes. And you got the scale down here as well. So this is no joke, the scale, by the way. I mean, each inch is 20 miles. So 16 to 14 is more than 20 miles. You're not doing 20 miles underground in a day. That's probably a 2-day trip because it's treacherous and everything, right? So, whoa, holy Christ, Howard Hughes. Thank you. $50 super chat, man, for the art fund. Thank you so much. Howard Hughes, are you really actually Howard fucking Hughes? Because you've given me the most super chat tips I've ever gotten before. You give me like a 20 or 25 once, and Christ, man. Thank you so much. I much appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Jesus Christ. Yes, thank you, Howard Hughes, for $50 for the art fund. Yeah, that's what it is, too. It's all going to go towards art. So, yeah. What I'm doing is I'm background. I mean, it's more personal than anything, but I figure you guys might be interested. Everything I make off of YouTube, the first year I did this, I made like $100, and I took the money out and I paid myself the $100 because I thought that's what you should do. And then it cost me an extra $130 for my tax preparer to deal with that $100. So I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm never taking out this money again off of YouTube. I'm going to let it accumulate and accumulate. So now I got the money in there. So all the super chats and the tips you give me, I'm keeping and I'm hoarding for years until I actually need to withdraw it to buy art and pay people to make the RPG and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's sitting in there. So, all your super chats, your tips, your membership fees are going into a fund, and it's just growing that I'm going to withdraw someday and pay for an LLC to be incorporated, pay for art, all that kind of stuff. And the other stuff that I'm paying out of pocket, it's an upfront expense now for me. Like I'm paying it like advertising on YouTube and all the other shit that I'm doing. I'm paying out of pocket. Right. So eventually I'll get that money back, like my restream, my YouTube, my webpage, all that stuff. I'll get the money back eventually, but you're helping me to defray the costs later. So that's what it's going towards. I figure you say, give me the money, you deserve to know what the hell you're paying for, where the money goes. You know what I mean? So that's where it's all going, guys. Anyway, back to this. Again, thank you though. Much appreciated, dude. So going forward. So what are these little symbols, right? So you look at number 18. Hall of the Rock Seekers, this little symbol here. What the hell is that? Well, that would be piercers. No, it's not piercers. Magical flux point, right? Because there's a magical flux point in the Hall of the Rock Seekers. And so if you look at, all right, the DM cards, and we'll scroll up to those things. I think they're up here. Yes. There's a DM card for all of those things. There it is. There it is. So you get the hazards of the Underdark. It describes what is a flux point. Boom, there it is. It's a focal point of energy that can be used as a teleportation point by any wizard who understands their secrets, blah, blah, blah. What is a fungal hazard? What is the news? What's glass rock? What is a dudia? What are piercers? What are treacherous footing? What is a wormhole? What's razor rock? Razor rocks I'm going to steal. I love that shit. Yeah, it's awesome. Razor rocks are awesome. And they go on sometimes for a very long time. Stink mold, that's just cool by name. So that's what these maps are all about, guys, on this map alone. So it's just well done. It just, whoop, where is it? Oh, shit. This is what happens when you try to scale the size. It changes a little bit differently here. But that's what I like about this place. It's like everything is detailed for you. You don't have to think about too much. You really don't. Everything is there. You just got to find it, and you need to read it ahead of time in order to know that shit. All right. So that's what these little symbols are for. All right. So I figured I'd give you that. All right. So back to it here. Back to the text of it here. All right. Book 2. Put the glasses on again. All right. All right. Now each book has an overview. Again. All right. Strategic overview. Strategic because it's not tactical. Strategic is the grander thing. This book contains 2 distinct campaign phases. Not chapters, not railroad sections, but phases. The first allows them to pursue treasures, magic monsters at the caverns so they can get experience and magic for the second phase, which is kicking ass in the city of the glass pool. In the first phase, the PC should be allowed and encouraged, indeed, to return to the surface world, to regroup, re-equip with spell components, because I do like spell components, train to gain levels of experience, and the like. The deep gnomes keep watch over the paths the Illithids take, and should be able to warn the PCs if there are any mind flayers in the orc caverns blocking the route back home. During their periodic return to the surface world, they should once and only once find 2 Illithids in the orc caverns, not to fight them to escape back to the surface. They should not use this encounter until the average PC is 5th through 7th level. Otherwise, the PCs are free to move between the surface world and the Underdark as they please. True sandbox. Well done. Well done. All right. Their freedom of movement ends once they reassault the city of the glass pool. Before that point, they should collect every experience point they can. They'll need it. Once the assault has begun, the way back may be sealed up with powerful enemies as detailed in the chapter, The City of the Glass Pool. They should be able to find places to rest and recuperate in the Underdark, though how secure they will be depends on whether they have met and befriended the Rockseer elves. More alliances that you need to make as you go along here. All right. Well done. Well done. Okay. Back to the deep gnomes. Little funny things. I for some reason I mark a lot of the funny shit that they do here. I just thought that was just kind of cool because I like the sense of humor he has. Like you meet with the deep gnomes and they give you food, filled water skins and food, preserved fungi. Yum. Give the PCs. Yeah. So preserved fungi, delicious. But then they don't trust you right away. You need to perform a test for them. You need to kick some ass at the trolls. Then they might trust you if you show that you're capable. I love that. You need to be tested before you're... Why would you just be an ally just because you're not the bad guy, obviously? Why would they make an ally of you? Because they have a place they want to keep secret. from everybody. They want to keep safe from the Illithids. So many gnomes. Chubby Funster in the house. So many gnomes. Matt hates gnomes. I love that. Yeah. So moving forward, though, speaking of gnomes, I mean, this might be why Matt hates gnomes, but I believe this is a definite fuck you by Carl Sargent to the stupidity of some of the gnomes that they used in the Dragonlance books, which were kind of like contemporaneously in time with this book here. Okay. So what they had here was, well, how come I can't get rid of this? LOL. Okay, there, I just did an LOL. For some reason, I couldn't do anything there. All right, so role-playing notes. Do not play these deep gnomes as jokey figures of fun. They are emphatically not tinker gnomes, which came right from the Forgotten Realms, or the more frivolous kind generally. The deep gnomes are serious, grave little folk who do what they must to survive in an intensely hostile environment. While they have a sense of humor, it's a cynical one. They are smart and insightful and cannot easily be duped or taken advantage of. The leader in particular should be grave, considered figure of authority, to be treated with respect. After all, she commands more magic than all the PCs put together at this point. Yeah, she's like 18th level or some shit like that. So she's kind of a badass. I think it's a priest, if I believe. All right. So then they get into a bit about the Underdark itself, how what the dimensions are, dungeon dressing, things that describe to the players, wandering encounters and how to use them. Then they get into each area of the map. Okay, as we're looking at here, the city maze, the burial grounds, the troll caves. What's interesting is they set up a thing where you will find out about the gnome burial grounds and that there's massive magic in there that could help you potentially as a PC, but if you go in there and loot the shit, you piss off the gnomes who are good allies, but you might need the shit in there to help survive. So that's interesting, That's pretty fucking interesting. You're always going to have a give and a take. You might go there, you might piss off your allies. You don't know. This was a funny thing too. Needless to say, all Underdark areas are unlit unless otherwise noted. The temperature is a fairly constant 45 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you. I know you're British, but I appreciate the Fahrenheit. And varies hardly at all from place to place. While this is chilly, characters provided with cloaks by day and sleeping blankets by night should be able to cope. PCs wearing barbarian briefs, I'm always going to use that phrase, barbarian briefs and chainmail bikinis, however, may suffer from hypothermia unless they invest in some heavy furs. Barbarian briefs for the fucking win. That was great. I was laughing last night when I was reading that again. I was like, I got to mention this shit. Yeah. All right. Wandering monsters. A DM should be judicious about such encounters. A heavy encounter should not be inflicted on a PC party in desperate need of rest, low on hit points and spells. Note that there are also some locations where specific scripted encounters with monsters will take place. To avoid overkill, the DM should consider skipping wandering and monster encounters immediately prior to the PCs encountering these areas. Finally, there's some locations where the frequency of such encounters is different from the norm, and the specific changes to normal rules are detailed in each case. So don't be a dick as a DM. Really, that's what they're saying here. They're like got 3 hit points left, and they're going to the fucking rest area, and your wandering encounter roll comes up with 10 trolls. Don't do it. Just don't fucking do it. It's just not right. It's not right. Yeah. All right. So moving along here. Again, I'm not going to go over every single thing again, but we'll go faster through this book than the other one. He at one point he does on page 5 here something interesting. He says, should PC negligence fuck over the deep gnomes? They have to flee their city and move to a different city. The character is responsible for doing that, for fucking up. He's going to say penalize them between 10 to 20% to reach the next level. So if you fuck up that bad, you're going to be penalized on your XP, which I think is awesome. I think that's awesome. I never used that before. You always give XP bonuses for doing cool shit, but you ever give a penalty so harsh and severe for doing bad shit, to an ally? No, but I'm going to from now on. Excellent idea. All this stuff. This is one of the notes I took to add to the to the DM guide and all that sort of thing. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Moving along here. Trolls. Yeah. So you got to go kill the trolls, right? kick ass, and then you've proved yourselves to the action to the gnomes, and then now you're allies. So let me skip ahead here. Some of the stuff I wrote notes on, but some of it's not. They're looking at, it's not that great. But here's that thing I was saying about those trolls. There's an Atiag in this place, and it's fucking destroys it so bad in terms of the toxicity, right? That the trolls who live here are just sick, and they have lung rot. And so they've developed this ability to cough up and spit a gob of truly repulsive phlegm at any opponent within 30 feet. If struck, the victim must make a successful constitution check or contract lung rot, where they lose 1 point from strength, con, and dex every 48 hours. And then you might die from it, all because of an Atiag down here that the trolls live near, because they're so it's so toxic. Could you imagine that trolls who regenerate? It's such a toxic scene that the Atiag causes lung rot. Like, Jesus Christ, what do you got? Raptor 7. I volunteer to help warm any female PC wearing a chainmail bikini. Amen to that. Especially the Elmore ones, Especially the Elmore ones. All right. Hey, I got to take a quick leak, guys. I won't give you the whole spiel about the time. I'm going to mute, and I'll be right back. I'm back. I got to drink so much because I'm talking 2.5 hours of straight talking. I need to hydrate, and that causes you to fucking take a leak, of course. So, here's for the hydration. My fucking mouth hurts. I'm talking so goddamn much. I may get to a point in this thing where my mouth cramps up and I cannot speak anymore. Is that a thing? Lockjaw? All right, lockjaw from talking so goddamn much, Anyway, we got 33 people. 5 on X. We have 27 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, and we have on Rumble. What's our Rumble crew looking like here? We have 6 on Rumble. Rumble's growing. Thank you all on the Rumble. And again, we have 3341. 1 person subscribed. So whoever that was, much appreciated, guys. If it was one of you, share it out, click like, subscribe, and all that, and consider being a member at 99 cents. We're closing in on 50 members, and when I do get a 50, I'm going to do a once-a-month live stream just for you. I'll give you the link. You can come on a camera, video, talk face-to-face, not just in this bullshit chat thing, and we'll have fun. All right, it'll be a once-a-month deal, so come on in with that. All right, anyway, back to it. All right, so like I said, we're moving pretty quick through this one. I want to give an example of something I thought he did well. In terms of dungeon design, you come across and there's there's trolls here, there's this here, there's that there, and then you come across something that doesn't seem to fit at all. Like, why the hell are there in the Quaggoth area, right? Why in the hell is there a wraith? It makes no damn sense. Right? But it does. Or a specter, right? Because the pool here contains the bones of an evil thief captured long ago by the Quaggoths and ripped limb from limb. Her bones were thrown into the pool of water. The evil of the thief and her rage at her fate were sufficiently intense that she became a specter. The specter is torpid and filled with lassitude, but in the presence of good-aligned creatures or Quaggoths, becomes roused to fury and attacks implacably. A sign that there may be something untoward here is that the Quaggoths never enter this cavern, however desperate. Then you got to fight a specter, and then it was a thief. It wasn't probably an elf. I don't know. It might have been at one point. Is an elf the one that only becomes specters? I'm not sure. But the thief's belongings are here, right? You got a boots of all kind of dagger +3. So if you're thinking you're fighting Quaggoths, why the fuck's there a specter here? There is the reason. It's not just generated randomly because of a table said so. I mean, that may be where it came from, but he added the why. which makes me happy because I like the verisimilitude. I like it all to make sense. Like, why the fuck's the Spectre there? I don't know. The PCs might be able to figure it out, though. You need to have them give them clues to figure it out. Okay. So there it is. The bones of the thief were in there. The bottom of the thing torn apart, and you could discern that, it became raised as a Spectre because they were killed by the Quaggoths. Okay. Now, here's the first badass magic item. This is in the second book. It is, look at the description alone. Jesus Christ. I mean, let me, can I make this smaller? Let's see. There you go. You can see the whole page of it, Finslayer. It was a ranger's badass weapon that gives you +3 longsword, +4 versus Aboleth and Dro, +5 versus Kuatoa. Happens to be that Kuatoa are the Kahlua are the final boss of this whole level. Neutral good alignment, intelligence 17, you go with 20, telepathy, blah, 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 tons of super abilities and magic powers, and has a personality too. I like the little bottom part here. It regards its owners differently depending on their intelligence and experience level. All right. So looking down here, it says, if your intelligence plus your experience are 14 or below, it makes a cute pet. But asterisk, may be modified if the warrior's charisma is poor to, well, he makes a reasonable house-trained pet. 15, 18, got a lot to learn. If he sticks with me, is going places. 23 to 26, we're in business. 27 plus, fin-bodied filth, your day of judgment is at hand. So that's just awesome. Love the flavor. Love the flavor there. Little things like that just add so much delight to reading this because, and again, there's more down here on this page too. It's just adds so much delight to reading this. I like little things like this too. Among other things, the sword has no sense of etiquette and is unable to grasp the concept of gender. That won't fly today. Or distinguish between male and female characters. That might fly, but not in this manner. Its use of personal pronouns, he, she, it, there's no days, is therefore quite random. Its strength lies in finding Kuatoa and cutting them to ribbons, and then, when it is satisfied that all Kuatoa have been slain, it will develop a definitive liking for cutting Aboleth into small fillet-sized chunks. So, and where'd it come from? There's a little bit of history of the sword, too. Every weapon like this that's badass beyond a +1 or +2 should have something like this, I think. I honestly do think so. This is just cool shit. I like that. I really like that stuff. It adds so much flavor to it, and you can talk to a sage and learn about it, who had it, and the whole bit, and change it up if you want, I like that stuff. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this thing here, too. I want to talk about this pillar chamber, right? There's ropers here. He talks about the pillars look like smooth vases, but they appear as almost of something more complete and fully formed about the growth from when the cavern was in some way frozen in time. 2 of the pillars, however, are ropers, which have learned to disguise themselves and, because of the magic of the place, are 75% likely to be indistinguishable from the other pillars. That's just saying, I'm making my own fucking rules up, right? I don't care what ropers are or do. I'm going to say, based on the circumstance and the situation and what's going on here, I'm going to make shit up. And it makes sense in its own little area. It makes total sense, right? And it surprises people because, oh, it's a roper. I know what to do. Or that looks like a roper. No, it doesn't. It looks like a fucking pillar. You don't expect a roper to be there, but he had it in there, which is excellent. Excellent stuff. All right. Another example of just saying, fuck your rules. I'm going to make it up and make it fantastical as I go. That's really, really good shit. All right. Moving through here. Let's see. Much of my comments I want to read to you. Oh, you know what? Cool magic item, too. This was a fucking neat magic item. I'm going to steal something like this in my game, for my game. This wizard here you come across. Eyes of infravision, blah, 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 because how are you going to read under there? All right, now here is a unique regenerating scroll, which bears the spells Fireball, Invisible Stalker, Monster Summoning 4. When a spell is cast from a scroll, there's a 90% chance that the spell will reappear in 1d4 plus 4 days. Perfect, not overpowered, a chance it might not. Currently, the Fireball is expended. In other words, it didn't make the 90% chance. It must be Tim who rolled that roll. The 90% chance is decreased by 5% for each level of the wizard is below that needed to cast a 6th level spell. So a 7th level wizard using a scroll will have a 35% chance of finding that spell cast from would be gone forever. It also has a bag of holding, which is detailed. So it regenerates, but it might fail sometimes. That's kind of Shadow Darky. I kind of like that. Nothing really works well always forever. I do kind of like that aspect of it. Yeah, a little bit of personality of that guy too, which is interesting. So you're moving through here, and what you're doing is you're going from place to place. I should give you the sort of the context of this. All right, you're doing the troll caves. And then after you do the troll caves, they say, hey, look, X1, you know what that is? That's where the illithids come from 21. They go all the way up this passage here, and there's a big illusion on this wall, and they avoid all the bullshit. But you can see that it's an illusion, but you're not able to go through it because there is antipathy cast on it, and there's some high-level magics that won't let you pass through it. Even we, the deep gnomes, can't get through it. But just so you know, if there are illithids, this is the hidden door they're going to come out of. We can't figure out how to dispel it, get rid of it, or go through it, but we know that it's there, so be warned. You do not get that knowledge until you do the troll cave thing. But then they tell you, listen, you could go down here into the cavern of the reptile area. We don't know what's beyond it. There's some weird shit. You could go here and do the Grell nest, or unknown down here. They give you some clues, and they give you a map too of what they know. They haven't gone all that far, but they do give you a handout map as to what they know. I've been infected by Shadowdark. Yeah. Banshees of the elves. You're right. Lung rot's worse than crotch rot. Pooping. I wasn't pooping. I was peeing. Damn it. Yeah. Infected by Shadow. Yeah. That does sound Shadowdarky, doesn't it, Greg? It does sound a little bit Shadowdarky. So anyway, you're going back and forth and fighting these things, and you are dealing with the deep gnomes, and they're giving you advice. And then you could come across through the cavern of the great reptiles and find the Hall of the Rock Seers, and that's the new elves. And then once you meet them, you get new alliances you might be able to make, right? And you bring that knowledge to the deep gnomes, and they're like, holy shit, they exist? I thought there was a legend or whatever the hell, yada yada. And then you move through here, and you're coming across all these various hazards and all that. And then you have the Darrow are fighting, all right? The Darrow down here are fighting the Renegade Darrow down here. But on X6, there's a big old fucking defense post for the City of the Glass Pool, which is the final thing. Is they got to deal with that in order to deal with the Darrow fight. But the deep gnomes have given you good stuff, advice. They are good, firm allies. But if one of you gnomes has the ability to, if your party has a gnome and does well by the deep gnomes, you're taking into confidence by the deep gnomes. And if you prove yourself as worthy and a good ally to them, you're given a high-end, powerful magic weapon, and they make you like the champion. The problem is that if you take this weapon, you have to promise that you will basically kill all Darrow ever, all the time, forever. Never ally, just slaughter them every chance you get, right? Cool, give me the weapon, Darrow Evil, right? But now you get down to room 19 and 20, and you're like, well, Darrow, I could play one against the other. I can maybe make allies of one type and fuck the other ones over. But then you got the weapon in your hand, and the value made, and I think there's a Gaius or something placed upon you, and so you're kind of no-win situation. You're kind of fucked, right? So what do? You don't know. That's the thing. It's a conflict. If you go back and tell the gnomes that you didn't kill them all, or they find out that you didn't kill them all because there are spies everywhere, then you lose an ally. So the alliances you're making here, it's not clean. It's never, ever clean. And that's brilliant and fun and infuriating for the PCs, which makes it brilliant and fun and infuriating, for the DM as well, All right, let's see here. Let's see. Here's a little cool thing too. There's the wormholes, right? Where is that? Where are the wormholes? Right here, X4. So this is basically a purple worm fight. Jesus Christ, purple worms. But let me scroll down to the page we're dealing with here. Because purple worms are no fucking joke, all right? They're absolutely no fucking joke. But if you could finish them off, was it 33? 35, can't remember. 35, the wormholes. Here we go. A lot of hit points, decent AC, 15 hit dice, 96 hit points, swallow it fucking whole. But this is old school. I like this. If you kill it and you cut it open, you could find some good stuff inside. 1,200 gold piece, gold circlet set with moonstones. And that continues throughout the adventure. It's a good old fashioned, if you kill it, cut its gut open to see what the hell it ate, because there might be something good in there, and there probably is. Okay. All right. Now, moving along. I like this thing that they did too. There's an encounter on X5 here, right here. All right. And these are slavers. It's an NPC group. It's the first of a couple that they have in this adventure. It's an NPC group of characters that are about the same level of the PCs at this point. 7-level fighter, 6-level fighter, 6-level mage, 7-level priest, 7-level thief. And so you got to fight good NPCs with a whole lot of stuff. They have magic items equivalent to your magic items. So the DM has got to seriously prepare for this fight. This is like a 3-hour prep, right? But again, you are given a whole lot of information about tactics and everything else as to what they would do. First round, second round, when combat ensues, blah, blah, blah. So that's good. I love other NPCs that you got to fight because there's a good chance to kill the PCs. But if they win, look what they're getting, right? Just off it as one thief. Wand of magic missiles, ring of visibility detection, short sword +1, short bow +1, boots of striding and springing, leather armor +3. Jesus Christ. Stone skin active, 6 inventive arrows. You go, and plus gold, right? That's just one character. I'm getting a lot of shit if you kill them. A lot of shit if you kill them. But if you capture them, you're going to get more valuable stuff because you're going to get information. And that's key. You're always looking to not kill everything in sight. If you do, if the PCs kill everything in sight, it's not a good way to, get through this damn module. Okay. Let's see. And then again, we talked about the various alliances that you're going to have that you can make with the Darrow and what conflicts that's going to have with the Deep Gnomes. And that's essentially what you're doing in this entire book is kicking ass, making alliances that you might have to break later. And that theme started in the first book and it continues in the second book as well. You're kicking ass and you're making alliances that you might have to break later. You're having conflicts. You got to deal with the consequences of those broken alliances or broken vows or further alliances you make to conflict with the alliances you made before. And it's epic. It's epic. But every encounter, look, tactics and strategy, every single thing has a great fucking tactics and strategy for the DM to run it, because this is what a good writer of a module should do. He should always tell you how to run it in his opinion, because he wrote the fucking thing. What is he thinking? What does he want? What does he think? How might it go? Why did he give these NPCs or these monsters these certain abilities or magic or something like that? You might be able to infer it or figure it out, but I'd rather have the guy who wrote the fucking thing tell me what it was. All right. I'd rather have him tell me what it was so that I could say, oh, that makes sense. Now I see why it's there. And now I can use that effectively, I think. Or not. It's up to you. Now, if you encounter the rock seekers and all that stuff, and if you do, here's another awesome item, a robe of the rock seekers, another thing where he created to help the PCs, that he just said breaking all the rules of magic items, made up his own goddamn magic item. But again, a little bit of a fuck you. It's a wondrous item, but part of its magic is that the PC wearing it will be unable to cast any spell against or raise a weapon against any rock seeker in the future, except in self-defense. The effect is permanent and takes effect as soon as the PC willingly puts the robe on. If done unwillingly, a saving throw versus spell is allowed to negate the effect. All right, so you're done. You can't ever attack them. You're giving them a good thing. They give you a good thing, usually given to another elf in the group. But if you take it or use it, you can't ever attack them again. All right, brilliant. All right, let's see. Now we're getting in finally. We're moving through here. Page 48, the city of the Kahlua. Kuotoa, the Kahlua. That's some bad art there. That's just ugly. Who the hell drew that? I mean, the proportions are off. I mean, it's just shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what is that? Hand grenades down here? What the hell is that even? Down in her ass. Who the hell knows? All right, so now you're getting into the final fight. And this is where once you start it, you can't get out of it, because you're going to have like alerts are set off. You're going to have defenses. You can't leave the area. That's what he was sort of mentioning before. All right. You're getting into the city, hit and run tactics to fight, hit and run tactics to win. Go back and forth. You're not going to do this in one session, and you're going to drain your supplies, your one shots and your healings and all that sort of thing. You're never going to beat this in one session. And there's each of the rooms here. Gives you a lot of details as to what each fight is going to be, what's in each room, more tactics and strategy. And of course, there's going to be slaves that you're rescuing, which adds another level of complication. Because what do you do with them? What do you do with the slaves that you're rescuing from here? As you see, there's 16 humans, 14 dwarves, 5 partridges in a pear tree, right? So what do you do with these people? You can't just leave them there. You can't kill them. You're there, you're effectively, essentially good, right? So what do you do with these fucking slaves? You got to free them. You got to bring them back. Now what, right? You got to kill enough of these things to clear a path so you can bring them back. It makes it interesting. And then you leave and you come back because it takes weeks to get out of here. You free them. You come back, they've had weeks to prepare more defenses. There's no winning solution. It's nothing easy. All right? Nothing is easy here. But when you do, there's always good treasure when you beat this whole thing. The big one in this is a crown of Darrow Domination. The crown of Darrow Domination, which again has good and bad because it weakens you and makes you more able to be controlled by the aboleths and all that. But you're able to control Darrow. So that can be a great tool later on, especially. But you're able to be seduced by the dark side of the force, and the aboleths will control you. So that again, it's a great magic item with a fuck you, just like that robe of the Rock Seekers. A great magic item with a fuck you, right? So that's just fun. It's just fun stuff. All right, moving through here. The final fight happens. You get all that stuff. If you win, you have the chances to ally yourself with some Koatoa that are against the ruler, their priest king. His own son could go against them. But again, they're evil, chaotic evil, I believe, so they could fuck you over. What alliances are you making here? Great treasure at the end, though. And if Lithids are allied with them, Darrow are allied with them. So this is how it ends. And then once you finish this, the block point, all right, to the city of the glass pool, that blocks the way. You have to get through the city in order to get down towards book 3. All right, down towards book 3, which is now where you're getting into the Aboleth area. All right, so let's see. That is book 2, guys. We are done with book 2. Hallelujah, freaking Luya. It only took about a half an hour. So like I told you, I was speeding it up because I wanted to give you in the first book examples of why this thing is so good. But it's the same example every time. He did this, but I want to show every example where he did that. I just want to tell you why it was good this time and what he did here. So what are we talking about here? Joe, didn't you get the memo? There's no wrong way to play. It was told that by very many knowledgeable 20-somethings with blue hair. Yeah, it's very much a wrong way to play. Using the Lehman's hut gives the slaves a bolt hole while you engage in combat, as long as you're alive to get them out before it collapses. Yeah, exactly. You only 8 hours there, and you could only do it once every couple of days, right? So I'm not going to sacrifice my Lehman's hut thing to give them a bolt hole when I may need to open it up later for my own purposes. In other words, storing treasure or grabbing items I might need, So that's a good point. But yeah, you better get out or else they're all dead. And, you get XP penalties if they die under your watch. Even as, I didn't know. So bad, so sad, so bad. That kind of thing, right? You can't do it like that. So, yeah. All right, guys. So, where are we at? We're coming up on book 3. Again, more upper caverns, lower caverns, aquatic, city margins. Great encounter tables here. That's a player handout, I believe. That ends book 2. Now we're into book 3. All right, here we go. Koatoa, the Darrow, the Mind Flayer, Illithids, and then this big-ass thing behind it. All right, the new map. Okay, let me show you. I'll pull this up over here as well. Book 3, the Sunless Sea. I'll have this map ready for you guys, so I keep referring back and forth to it. But that's the inside cover of every book, has this big map. Now we're getting into the big fight. So you figured it all out. You got to go down. You've beaten that Koatoa city, and you need to get down to the Sunless Sea area because you're getting clues as to what's really going on down there. You get the Rock Seekers. This is kind of neat, the way they started off. The Rock Seekers think they are, the only elves left, or the rumors they fled. They're guilt because they fled during the final fight a trillion years ago, and they're in the Underdark. But what they want to do really is, talk to any surface elves, find out what their lands are like, and so what you have to do here. This is the way they started. Is excellent. Just be now 9th to 11th level, equipped with a variety of potent magic items, and they have re-entered the Sea of the Glass Pool, and they have rendered it an uncontrolled anarchy, and a long and desperate path lies before them. And so, basically, they want to go back to the deep gnomes, the rock seers, the surface world to lick the runes, get advice, or simply tell others of their progress. So you go back to the deep gnomes, and depending on what you did, they may be lost as allies. If you allied with the Darrow, the crime is unforgivable. But if you give them the crown of Darrow domination, you might be able to recover some of that goodwill. As for the rock seers, though, they know when you kicked ass in the City of the Glass Pool, And there's an NPC Rockseer who may or may not be with you. And what they want to do is go to the surface and reunite with their surface cousins. And so you lead a group of emissaries from the Rockseers to the surface worlds. And this is not even detailed in this book. It's just find a surface area of elves, right? High elves, wood elves, whatever the hell. And they want to ally with these elves again. They want to reach out to them. And so they ask you to be the people who lead them out of the Underdark to get to the surface to form an alliance to see if they could, like, hey, could we come out of this hole in the ground and live with you guys maybe? And you are sort of asked to take them onto the surface. And this could take weeks or months to do that, right? Weeks or months. So in the meantime, shit happens down below, but you get awesome XP and it's a great role-playing opportunity. And they give the advice as to, if there's an elf in your group who wants to partake in the reuniting and the ceremonies and the celebrations and the back and forth, let them do it while the other guys sell their magic items and gold and all that. And there's just neat little things there, neat little things. So I think that's well done as well. Here, it's under on page 4. Yeah, bringing the elves together. Don't skimp the role-playing element of accompanying the Rockseers to the surface world. Give them some encounters with bandits along the way. Also, they will need several days to adjust to the light of the world, and even this adjustment will only mean that moonlight doesn't blind them. Sunlight's too intense. They will develop a partial darkness spell to help them deal with that. It's like this eventual meeting should be poignant. It lays out all the details of what's going on there between all the different, what does the Rockseers feel? What's going on in their heads? What's going on with the surface elves? What do they think about it? They're stunned, they're staggered, the whole thing. It's just, all this advice is just fucking deep dive into realism. The verisimilitude is excellent. I think that he's a brilliant fucking guy, this guy. He's brilliant. I'm so sad he died. He should have died this fucking early, I gotta say. It's fucking sad. It's a shame. Honestly, it's a shame. All right. So, oh yeah, page 5. There's one thing here. I was like, what the fuck? So you're talking about, knowing the aboleths and all that stuff. What are the aboleths all about? It says, if the DM does not allow players access to the monster manual, the PCs can be fed the material therein if they consult a sage, blah, 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 blah. Whoever gives the PCs access to the monster manual? Who does that? What kind of DM says, yeah, feel free to read the monster manual for any monster that you're going to fight coming up? What kind of shit is that? Who does that? It makes no sense. Makes no goddamn sense. Yeah. So yeah, sages for the win. That's why you talk about sages here, and you can find out some information. You could buy a page of basic glyphs, so you might be able to interpret some of the glyphs down below. Always go with sages if you can, especially when you have the time like this, when you're going back and forth and back and forth. So yeah, that's what you got to do. By the way, I'm doing a 1080p because I upgraded my restream, and all I'm seeing here is more gray hair, more fucking wrinkles, and my face is all shiny from like talking so much, I'm fucking sweating. So that's what 1080 does for me. It makes me look older and sweaty. So you're welcome, everybody. Old and sweaty. Need some of that Raji though, run around naked, buck ass naked in the snow. So you're welcome for that too. James Raji's videos. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Let's see. I'm looking for anything that's sort of I haven't hit on already. See, you know what they're doing here is you need to find your way down to the Sunless Sea, and the side quests that they have here are in the deranged Darrow, the desperate Marilith. The Marilith is the demon who you might encounter, who needs help killing the devils that are ensconced in the city here. Right? There's the deranged Darrow. There is the renegade Elithids who are against the Elithids who are allied with the Aboleth. Okay, you have the ancient tomb down here. There was an area where you finally get to, I think that's 26. The ancient tomb is where you find the girl who was missing the very first section. When you're level 1 looking for the girl, you finally find her down here, hidden up in the ancient tomb. She escaped and she's living like a fucking refugee. And she's developed a couple levels of thieves because she's been a survivor essentially, right? So, but this essentially is, again, I'm going to go a little faster in this than I even did in a second book because it's the same sort of approach. Every book gives you another little sandbox region, right, which connects to the prior sandbox region, and you can move from region to region. And each region has its own group of side quests to gain levels of experience. In this case, you got these, these key numbered locations on the outskirts, and then you have random islands, right? But Great Shaboth, number 30 there, that's where it all goes down. That's where the big fight is. But in the meantime, you can get to the Pyramid of the Ixion, the Isle of Shadows, the Isle of Derangement, Geyser Rock, Sunken Home, Spander's Isle. It's like a wizard out there. The Fiery Rift, which is where some fire giants are. And along the way, you can make more allies. All right. You might be able to make an ally of the Marilith. And they here's the cool thing about them. All right. And I remember there's a good page here. Hold on. The Marilith is there, but they're in disguise. Okay. What number is this? This is 24. Yeah, I got to find this because this is kind of cool. Let me find it. Oh, all right, here it is. So page 13. You're all going to appreciate this, especially since I noticed that 99.99% of my viewers are male. So I think you know where I'm going with this, guys. Look at that. Because you have evil people here. You have a Marilith. You have a Alufine, 2 Alufines and a Succubus. But they are disguised with their magic to just look like hot chicks. Fucking amen to that, all right? Look, they're all sexy hot chicks. There's a Marilith, a Succubus, and 2 Alufines. Now, Alufines are a second edition thing where they're basically a Succubus's offspring. Okay, so you have a Succubus who mates with a human, it drains the life, kills them all like a Black Widow because it sucks all the life force out of them, right through their dick, I guess. And along with other things, because they get impregnated and they give birth to an Alufine. Alufines can be neutral. They don't have to be evil, all of them, right? So there's one here is actually chaotic neutral that you can maybe make an ally with later if you're good to them. Now, these people approach you and they say they're on a mission to kill some devils, right? So pit fiends and whatnot, but they don't tell you who or what they are. They're all in disguise. And there's powerful magic disguising them, so you might be able to figure it out. But you ally with them, you're golden. If you tell them that you found another area where there was other demons and you killed that demon, they're even more golden because they're like, oh, cool, I wouldn't know they were here, but if I did, they must be here to fuck up my plans in the abyss is the backstory in their hell and heads. And so they're saying, thank you for killing those other demons, and so they're more grateful to you. They don't tell you why they're grateful, but they're grateful to you. And you might be able to make allies of them in order to fight the pit fiends and everything else in there. So again, you're dealing with you're fighting pit fiends eventually in this. Jesus Christ. But in the meantime, you get hotness here. All right. So good for them. All right. That's a great fucking picture there. Good old school chainmail bikini-ish. Right. Little sexy outfits there, but yeah, good on them. Well done. Okay. And again, tactics and negotiations. What they're going to do, how they're going to act, what they might deal, how they might deal, what they might give, what they might take. Excellent advice here. They don't leave it to chance. He doesn't just let you make that shit up on your own, DM. No, I bought this book because I spent X amount of money on this fucking thing. You tell me what you're thinking in the first place, so I could use that and riff off of it, right? This is a far cry from those early adventures where you just get a keyed room. Room 1, 3 orcs, treasure list. Orcs attack if it's like bullshit. This is like so many levels above that, man. All right, then you get the renegade Illithids. Now the Illithids could obviously, with their mind stuff, you could find out that you're now allied with demons. And what if they give it away? What if they say these are demons? They're not actually hot chicks randomly here in this fucking hellhole? Then what? You got lawful evil Illithids, you got chaotic evil demons, and yourselves who might have a group, you might have a paladin in there, might have a cleric, lawful good people, right? What do you do? Who the hell knows, right? So that's the thing. You're not going to know. And what if there's a conflict amongst them? And if you take on allies like this, you blow your cover with the deep gnomes. They're not going to be allies anymore with you because they're allying with true evil things, right? So what are you going to do? Everything has a cost. Everything has a price. But again, moving along here, you're doing your side quests on the outside. You hit the exterior islands, and then you finally are building up to the big fight. All right, let me just move through here to see if I had any other notes before we got to the big fight, because I knew by this point we would be getting into like, shut the fuck up, Joe. You've been talking for a million hours. So yeah. Here we go. Page 21. I had a note here. I think it was important and worth talking about. All right, so handout 24, blah, 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 blah. Now, talking about the mind flayers, right? Dealing with the mind flayers. The deal comes. Oh, I'm not even sharing this. Let me share this with you. I'm sorry about that. There you go. So, dealing with the mind flayers. All right. Never trust the hot babes. So, dealing with the mind flayers, what it says here is now the deal comes down to the terms. Let me make it bigger. Why is it not? Sorry, it's a slow speed. It jumped too quickly for me. All right. Now, the deal comes down to accepting terms of agreement. It is not possible to script these in this book because the complexity of the possibilities are too great. However, as guiding principles, the Mind Flayer demands at first some evidence of the PC's talents. Thus, he will want them to move first in any assault upon the city. His Elithids and slaves will follow right behind them, but they want to see the PCs go in first. Second, he also wants to see that the PCs bear two things in mind. A, you will obviously need more than one attack of the city to destroy the multiple towers therein, and B, the PCs and Elithids could use every possibility for spying, divination, and strengthening themselves before the incursion is made. Thus, for example, the PCs say they wish to return to the service world to re-equip, get every one-shot magic item they possibly can bring as many henchmen as possible for logistic support. The Elithids, the Mind Flayers, will regard this favorably. The Aboleth breakthrough isn't going to happen next week. When the Mind Flayer says soon, he means soon in the Elithid timescale, and Elithids live around twice as long as humans. PCs should not be overhurried. Give them time to earn some more experience, for example, by carving up fire giants in the rift, but not an indefinite period. The DM must count the number of weeks of game time which expire after the PCs meet the Elithids and make note of elapsed time. During this time, the Aboleth magic and constructs grow stronger. The PCs cannot tarry forever. There's not a firm time frame, but you're not limited. You're not being railroaded. No, you can't go, or else the whole world ends, right? So that's another form of railroad. Clocks and timers, another form of railroad by a DM who doesn't want to let you leave the tracks, essentially, I think. You know what I mean? Yes, I just don't like that. But at the end of the discussions and negotiations, they should sign an agreement. Wants them to swear oaths on their powers, blah, blah, blah. Make sure your players give you this document well in advance of gameplay. Elithids are geniuses, and you need time to get your genius hat on and check the small print. Think like an Elithid. The Elithid will certainly try to make sure that he minimizes the risk for himself and his own faction, and that there are holes in the agreement which allow them to provide minimal support by default and let the PCs take most of the risks. The morality and ethics of entering into an alliance with the Elithids are dealt with in the next section, and they do, because that's a big deal, right? Because now we're going back to the whole thing about Christ. You got potentially clerics in the group, paladins in the group, and you're making deals with fucking Elithids and demons. Right? How is that good? Would they ever? Can the PCs justify alliances with the Elithids and demons? Certainly. All right. I'm going to... Shit. I got to pee again. I'll be right back, peeps. Before I get into this, I'll be right back. So that sucks. When I left, the book that I placed behind me on the shelf here slid right the fuck off the shelf, nailed my Zevia drink, knocked it over. Now I got Zevia all over my goddamn stool that it's sitting on. Spilled on the ground. I'm cursed. I tell you I'm cursed. All right, let's clean up real quick here. These didn't knock the wine over. That's a good thing. But it did nail my, nailed my Dungeoneer Survival Guide. That's the book that slid off. All right, we're clean. We're back. We're good. Let me get some of this stuff over here so nothing else spills. Put it back into place and resume the video. We are not polished and fancy here, folks, as you can tell. We just get shit done, you know? So, all right, some paper towels here. Hold on. Pardon all the fucking noise, and I can't imagine what it must sound like on the fucking screen to you guys, but we're getting by. We're getting by. Of course, I only heard that shit when I started peeing. Whoa. Starblazer, thank you. $13.99 CAD. Is that Canadian dollars? Is that how that works? I think. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that greatly, especially after this debacle of a disaster here. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know, I guess I think that's how all the big channels make their money, because God knows you don't make money off of YouTube by views and all that kind of shit. I think it's all about the streams and people just saying, yeah, you're doing a good job. Here's $5 or $10. So I absolutely, totally appreciate all that shit, guys. I really, really do. All right. So, all right, here we go. There we go. Back into it. Let me, commie bucks. What's a commie buck? Oh, yeah. Are you Canada? It's a commie land? I don't know. Commie bucks. Appreciate that, man. All right. So this is an important thing. You might have been reading as I left here, but because it's really good. I think it's worth reading the bulk of it because it gets into the moral dilemmas that all groups will have. I don't care if you're running this adventure or some other adventure. This is a moral dilemma that applies everywhere to every group. Okay, I'm gonna get some more wine before I dive in. I can't believe I've not finished this fucking wine. I've been talking so goddamn much. I haven't had a chance to finish it off. So, yeah. For the record, it is Life Vine Pinot Noir 2017 from Willamette Valley, wherever the hell that is. Probably I don't know, probably California or some shit. Like I said, it might be wine, you know, and all that, but at least I'm drinking it out of a badass Tears of My Players cup. So it's blood red wine for the blood red Tears of My Players. All right. So, all right. So back to it here. Let me back to the sharing of the screen. Boom, 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 and share away. Okay. All right. So, again, thank you, Starblazer. Much appreciated. And everybody if you want to join as a member, support the channel, 99 cents. And on Monday, whatever day is April 1st, I get another swath of 10 free $5 memberships I could give you all. So you all have the membership, and you could, it just expires. You're not obligated. It doesn't make you stay as a $5 member. It's not a screw job, right? You're not stuck with it. It just expires, and then you could choose to be a member at whatever rate you want. So I do appreciate all you guys. All right. So again, this is important, I think. Can the PCs justify alliances with the Lithids and Tanari? So Mind Flayers and Demons. Certain of them may have moral problems with this. An alliance with the Mind Flayers is justifiable to moral pragmatists. These particular Mind Flayers aren't much of a major menace to any good aligned creatures given the location of their lair. They mainly dine off Bugbear and Duergar, both evil races. In addition, they are actively opposed to evil, the Aboleth, which has already done great harm to many of the PC's own people and promises to dominate vast numbers of good aligned creatures. Neutral good and neutrally aligned characters should have to be able to accept the alliances as a necessary evil, and even neutral good characters who are of the if it's evil, kill it variety should be able to buy the pragmatic argument. Chaotic good characters may be appalled at the idea of allying with lawful evil, but they have a mutual lawful evil enemy, and the threat is one of mass domination and enslavement. This is a case of accepting the lesser evil to combat the greater one. Lawful good characters, especially priests and paladins, may have more serious reservations about allying with the Lithids. This is especially true for PCs of the awful good persuasion. I love that. That goes back to the barbarian breed, so I'm keeping that phrase as well. It depends on whether they are moral absolutists or not. If they are, then they're beyond rational argument, and alliances are probably impossible. Role-playing will play a major role here for some characters. Do not force the PCs into the alliance if they are genuinely appalled at the thought. The issue is one of individual purity versus the greater good. Allow them to make their own choices and respect their decisions, so long as they understand that by refusing the alliance, they significantly reduce the chances of victory over an evil far more terrible than the one which offers alliances. Characters willing to take the moral responsibility for this possible failure should be allowed to do so. The solution may lie in a commune spell. If this is used, the lawful good priest or paladin may be advised that alliance with the Illithids is acceptable on the following conditions. 1. The PC must not commit any evil deeds in the course of the mission or permit others to do so if this is within his or her power. 2. The alliance must be short-term, lasting only until a specific goal, the assault on Shabaleth, is achieved. 3. The PC must seek atonement immediately afterwards and accept a quest, as well as making a hefty offering to the temple or faith he or she serves. Note that this is not acceptable for the PC to cut a deal with the intent of killing his or her erstwhile allies once the mission is complete. Such blatantly chaotic behavior should be considered a severe alignment violation. Allying with the demons is much more problematic, of course. If the DM does his or her work well, the PCs may never realize the fiendish nature of these four ladies. If the disguise is pierced, the PC must wrestle with their consciences. Lawful good PCs should be appalled at the very thought of such an alliance. Neutral good pragmatists can justify it. The fiends are not planning any further hostile action against any non-evil creatures on the prime material at this time, and plan simply to destroy other evil beings and then exit to the abyss. To destroy the greater evil, to preserve the greater good argument, is acceptable here. Chaotic good creatures should enjoy the chaotic behavior of their new allies, as well as be able to accept the mutual goal of overthrowing tyrannical, enslaving lawful evil. Neutrally aligned characters should have no moral problems with the arrangement. It's up to the PCs which deals they cut and how. Once again, role-playing is the key here. The DM must demand that they justify their positions in terms of their characters' personalities, and I highlighted that because I don't believe in alignment per se as a straitjacket. I believe more in terms of the characters' personalities, how they've acted so far, the last 10 or 15 levels. They should not be allowed to change something so drastic that the personality all along would be completely different. You know what I mean? In other words, if they've acted a certain way in every situation all along, just because it's expedient now, they shouldn't be able to change and what they do because of that, because it's more expedient and let's just finish the adventure or kill the guys or something like that. They should play to their personality and be consistent. In fact, that's in my house rules. I think it says something like alignment doesn't fucking matter. Just be consistent in your personality. They go on. Paladins simply cannot be allowed to lightheartedly ally with demons, but a paladin who has already entered into an alliance before realizing the nature of his allies might be justified in keeping his or her own part of the bargain as part of his or her own moral code, for example. Interesting, right? You made a deal. You didn't know who the other side was, but you made the fucking deal. You're stuck with it. As far as such players, player characters' patron powers are concerned, how about just say gods, Jesus Christ, the close association with seductive, chaotic evil beings might be a good test of the character's moral fiber. Oh my God. And now if I'm running this and there's ever a paladin in the group, I am so having the succubus fuck his brains out in some way. You know what I mean? Or want to. Maybe the Alu fiend who doesn't, suck life levels. Just so that later on, if he finds out that, oh my God, that was an Alu fiend, a half demon or something, I love the moral conflict that would come from that. That would be excellent. Fucking excellent. All right. So that I thought I had to read that in full because it's really good. I think that this description of the moral dilemma, half a page or so, you're going to have this dilemma in multiple games, multiple campaigns. And no matter, so it's like a good guidance, it's a really good guidance on how to deal with it. All right. Here's the girl that you went to rescue, the ancient tomb. I remembered right. The dual class human, 3rd level mage, 5th level thief. She gained thief levels as she was going, just as a survival technique, So you finally get to find her, and then she may join you, even though she's much lower level. And so now they get down here. I thought this was interesting. Other locations. The DM may wish to include other side passages in cave systems to those shown on the map on the inside front cover. The following adventure hooks are included for DMs whose players' PCs may need a few additional experience points before venturing out into the Sunless Sea. So all they do here is give you ideas for adventures based on what's here, but they don't give you the map. They don't give you the adventure. They just give you the idea of one and leave it to the DM to create it. Giants in Thrall, Trouble with Fungus, the Dao Miners, Traversing the Sea, right? So there's a few adventure ideas, but you're the one who's developing those adventure ideas. You have to figure them out, write new paths, create new passages and all that sort of thing, and then develop the adventures out. But he gives you ideas that are consistent with the adventures so far, which is fucking excellent. Well done. Well done. All right. Now, moving along here. I thought that was good to make it up yourself. That means you, DM, figure that shit out. Now we're moving along here. We've gone from the exterior stuff, right? All these exterior areas. You finally meet her in 2060 Ancient Tomb. Now we're in the interior, the islands. And so you got all the encounters on the islands, and they get harder and harder the closer you get to the center. It's one encounter after another, giving great XP, great loot, and great magic because you're gonna fucking need it. And then you finally work your way to Great Shabaloth, right? And again, every single encounter that means something gives you advice on how to run it, strategic tactics, strategy, the whole thing. Okay, a couple things I noticed that I wanted to go over here. What the hell? What the hell are we at here? 35. I'm in the wrong page. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm looking at the wrong tab I had open. This is the map tab. Let me go back to the map here. This is the tab I want to deal with. Page 35 has some good stuff I wanted to sort of go over here with you guys that was interesting. Geyser Rock. This is kind of cool. This is the other demon here. This demon is here for a specific reason. It's an ancient personal grudge against the Marilith, the disguised Marilith there, of the Tenari spies in the previous chapter. Carefully observing what they're up to, waiting for a time when she will try to act against the Badazu, basically tried to fuck her over so that she goes back to the abyss in disgrace to get his rank higher, essentially. There are wheels within wheels here. The demons are broadly allied with the Aboleth. Okay, I'm sorry. The devils are broadly allied with the Aboleth. The demons are violently opposed to them, and she intends to indirectly aid the Aboleth by sabotaging the plans of the other demons. So the PCs would do well on balance to eliminate this Tenari menace from the Geyser Rock. Will not be easy, as they've recruited 1d4 Ixian and 1d3 water elementals as minions. It's just possible that the PCs could use a smart tactic, such as persuading them that they too want to slay the Marilith and thus lure them into an ambush, which would gain the Marilith's gratitude and help ally with her. They want to ally with the Marilith, that is. Most likely, though, the PC should give this warlord a wide berth and just attack and slay him as an indirect ally as the Aboleth. And then you got some treasure here suggested for you. Okay. So again, I love this level of detail that they give you. The politics, the backstabbing, the wheels within wheels, that's good, intelligent stuff that I, as a player, like to know in my game. This is why I was so regretful that I liked this so much, because I want to play this. I really want to play this. But I never will be able to, because I read too much of it and it sinks in so much, because in order to understand this adventure, you have to read so much into it and understand so much of it. You can never let it go. It's always going to be inside of you and part of you. You're never going to be able to sort of let it go. You know what I mean? What was it? Bill Murray played Hunter S. Thompson in a movie, Where the Buffalo Roam, I think it was called, right? And so he played Hunter S. Thompson in this movie, Where the Buffalo Roam. And he really got into it. I guess they knew each other a little bit. Now, Johnny Depp later played Hunter S. Thompson in the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, I think it was the one he did. But when he played him, now, Hunter S. Thompson's a strange character, if you guys notice, about him and all that. He's an interesting dude, really fucking interesting. Wild man, crazy, drugs, booze, the whole bit. He's a dude who took on a persona that he took it on so long that persona became him, right? So Johnny Depp later had to play him in the Vegas movie. I forget what the hell it was called. I'm blanking. Too much talking here, guys. 3 hours straight. So he played him in the movie, and Bill Murray called Johnny Depp up and said, "I hear you're going to play Hunter." He goes, "Yeah." Johnny said, "Yeah, I'm going to play him." And Bill says to him, "Just be warned. Once you play Hunter, and you really play him, you don't just act. You actually take it on. You take on that role. You're never going to get Hunter S. Thompson out of you again." And I think that's this module, this adventure. Once you read this and dive into it, in order to really absorb it and understand it, you have to really take this fucking thing in. And so once you do that, it's never leaving you. You can never, once you read it in depth, and probably once you've listened to this video, you can never really like let it go. It's always going to be part of you. All right. So yeah, it's always going to be there. So I don't think I could ever play this thing. Sadly, I'm always going to have to DM it. But you guys who I said who could be in the game, Star Blazer, climbing that mountain, Shark, you're going to be in the game. I'll have to change some shit around, or hopefully you got bad memories and you're old or something like that, Speaking of Star Blazer, Kami Bucks, Oregon for Daniel. Nice. All right, so back to it here, guys. Back to it. Let's see. Back to the entire screen. Share this stuff up. Boom. My old man glasses on. Get back at it. So another thing that was interesting here is just kind of cool. I just thought it was neat that you get to fight a fucking Kraken. So at some point you get to fight a Kraken. How do you beat that? A Kraken. I mean, you get to say you fought a Pit Fiend, you fought a Merlin, you fought a Kraken. You can't. How do you beat that, man? Jesus Christ! Talk about a fucking reputational boost. All right. So then, once you get through all these side quests, preparing for the final battle. All right. So you're going to scry them out. You're going to figure out what's going on. Hopefully, you have found some allies, whether it's the Illithid or the demons or something, or both of them or all of them, or some Darrow you were controlling with that helm of the crown of Darrow control, or you went to the surface and recruited some high-powered allies. You have some allies going in there with you, okay? And they get some of the pragmatic stuff here. The demons are desperate and pragmatic, thus they're prepared to work with the Mind Flayers as well as the PCs. They'll ally with anything. The Mind Flayers are deeply unhappy with the Fiends and refuse point blank to work directly with them. It's possible, though, to persuade the Mind Flayers to accept a three-way alliance if the Mind Flayers and Fiends are kept totally separate. This means the PCs will have to split into at least two groups, one with the Mind Flayers in tow and the other with the with the demons. Players and PCs are not in one group. They'll be allowed to roll dice for attacks of the allies, but the DM should, as always, retain veto control over NPC actions. Note that no voluntarily allied group will agree to undertake any strike against any location within that Shaboth with at least one PC accompanying them. They're smart enough to notice when they're being set up or sent on a suicide mission. So in other words, you might have to divide the group. The PCs might have henchmen, freed slaves, some charmed like fire giants from that rift or something like that. And then again, the Illithids, they cut a deal, but they might abandon the deal. The Fiends are more difficult and unpredictable. They might fight to the death, but they might abandon if someone dies. And then you have to say farewell to the Rock Seekers. So the Rock Seekers are going away. They're going to the surface because they got a vision from their god saying it's okay, you're forgiven. So you could go to the surface. You might have to pause to escort them to the surface. And while you're up there, gather resources, one-shot items, scrolls, potions, things like that. Trade in, sell, buy some stuff, trade in, hire some hirelings or something like that, right? And then you get into the big city, the great Shaboth. Shaboth. That sounds very Dune-like, Shaboth. But yeah, and now it says, consider the first day of the PC's attacks as day 0. And then after 30 days, the shit goes off. So the first day of the attack, after that, 30 days, and the shit pops. All right. So what the goal is here, I thought it's kind of interesting. I should pull up the other map here off of this. Let me see if it's here. So again, this is the other maps you're dealing with. Let's see. These are the various rooms and buildings in the city. Where is the city map though? Where is that fucking city map? That's the final fight map. All right. Sorry, let me just scroll up here a little bit for you guys. These are the various rooms, and maybe it's too big to see. Pyramid. Is that it? Yeah. So within the city of the Shaboth, there are buildings and whatnot, and you're going from building to building. You have to get over the wall, fight them all, figure out how you're going to kill them. It's a shit show. There it is. I'm sorry. All right. There it is. Let me scroll over here. Oh, that's the last pool. My bad. The Great Shaboth, Pure Nixian. I guess it doesn't really give you the big map here. Oh, here it is. These are the various things. So it's underwater. That's right. So you got to go from place to place. Great Shaboth is partly underwater. So you will have had multiple opportunities to get underwater breathing stuff, a couple helms and potions and things like that. So you're going to be using those to get into this area. And each of these numbered places are described further below. All right. So you'll have each of these areas described. All these various rooms within this area is down here. right? So that it's all mapped out. You're going place to place, killing shit and taking their stuff essentially. But the final fight of these towers, all right, let me zoom in on this. It's kind of neat. Tower of Enchantments, Tower of Alteration, Tower of Necromancy, Tower of Summoning, and then the Grand Savant's Tower. Now, what they did was, in order to beat the Tower of Enchantments, you had to have the opposite cast at it. Like, remember in 2E, you had the opposite of Necromancy was something. The opposite of Summoning was something. So if you were a specialist caster, mage, you could not use, if you were a Necromancer, there was a certain couple of schools that you could not use because you were a specialist in Necromancy. Every type of spell of the 9 types had its opposite or two, right? So you were not able to cast those spells if you were a specialist. If you were a generalist, you could cast any spell you wanted to, but a specialist couldn't cast the opposites. So what they did here was they used that mechanic, and they said, okay, the opposite of Necromancy is X. Therefore, in order to defeat the Tower of Necromancy, you must cast a certain number of spells at the top. You got to fight your way through the bottom of the tower, get to the top of the tower, and at this sphere thing, blast spells at it over and over. And the more spells you cast at it, the more you destroy the power structure. You need to destroy all 4 of these, right? And then you get to the final big one, the Grand Savant's Tower, and then you destroy the central fucking hub of it. But you need to destroy them, and if you leave, they're going to rebuild them. And then you get even tougher because they're better guarded. So it's a nonstop fucking fight. And at this point, you're probably 15th level. You're kicking ass, you're taking names, but you're getting your ass kicked because it ain't no joke. The shit you're fighting here, it's no joke. You are Jesus Christ. I mean, let me go back to this thing here because let's see here. There's some of these things. I wanted to show you some of the fights that you're gonna have. I'm not gonna go over everything, obviously, it'll take fucking forever. Yeah. So here we go. Oh, one great thing I thought was excellent. Again, remember I mentioned before that you had NPCs, the slavers before. There's another NPC group here. They're called the Raveners. A high band of high-level evil NPCs who've served them well for many years. Dangerous group of enemies. Check out what you're dealing with. They're a 13th level fighter, right, with all that fucking gear. More underwater action, of course, free action. Half-elven fighter thief at 10th or 13th level. A fighter of 11th level. A wizard of 14th level. That's no joke, 7th-level spells. A priest of 12th level. So that is a high-end group that's probably on par with your PC group. Again, this is the fight you need to prep hardcore. Hard fucking core. When does Dean Martin come forth? Yeah, Dean is here. Dean is in the house. Dean can make an appearance. Yeah, he could definitely make an appearance, man. I mean, I don't know I didn't know you liked Dean Martin. You know, if that's the thing you want to, deal with it, that's certainly a thing you could deal. But yeah, whatever you like, whatever you're in, whatever you like to do, we could give you Dean or whatever the hell you want to do. So yeah. So there you go. There's Dean. All right. So Dean has made his appearance. There, I have to do that in order to have Dean make his appearance, though. So Dean is in the house, boys. Dean is in the house. You ask, and you shall receive. So Dean has appeared. You thought you could get me with that comment. Ha! I just have to now turn off this fucking thing. Every time I do it, I gotta remember how to fucking do it. Virtual background, turn it off, have nothing. Boom, I'm back. All right. So there's Dean in the house. You asked, you got. Dean Martin has appeared. All right, back to the show here. My son just saw your face for the first time. He's surprised at the horns. The horns? Horns? What horns? What the hell are you talking about, horns? All right. So, again, the Raveners are an excellent group of NPCs to fight. And if you survive, you're going to get a shit ton of stuff from these guys, which you will need to keep going throughout the module. Excuse me. And this is where I learned, because I wrote all that stuff about on this page about, excuse me, about 10th level guys and 13th level guys. It doesn't come from the abilities you gain as you go up in level. It comes to your power, comes from actually the stuff you get, the items and the loot, because you get force projection, Sorry, just having a drink here. I'm getting a little hoarse after 3 hours and 20 minutes of talking here. Horns. What horns are you talking about, dude? All right, we're moving along. We're almost there, guys. We're on page 48 of 64. All right. Now, nothing This adventure, of course, will not be complete without slave blocks that you got to rescue more slaves and deal with how to get them to the fucking surface. Multiple slave blocks. And now here's the devils. All right. Now you're dealing with the pit fiend himself. You got to kick a pit fiend's ass. And when you, this was fucking cool. I thought this was well done. All right. So if you beat the pit fiend, you're going to get the pit fiend's loot, right? This is cool as shit. Check this goddamn trap out. This is the most devious, evil trap I've ever seen in my life in anything. Okay, so here it is. An iron chest is in the room. It's large and exceedingly heavy, 400 pounds of weight. And while unlocked, it bears a terrible magical trap crafted from the very hells themselves. If the chest is even touched by anyone other than the pit fiend, 2 effects occur. The first is that the entire room is saturated instantly with an acid storm. No save, 6d10 points of damage. Note that the furnishings take no damage from the acid due to their infernal origin. And second, the being opening the chest. This is evil. The being opening the chest is instantly transformed into a lemur and at once plane shifted to the 9 hells. So whoever opened the fucking chest, you're no save, you're a lemur, and you are now living in the 9 hells. And good luck fucking locating, much less rescuing this unfortunate will be an epic quest. Not even a wish can return the being to its former nature. Now it is located and forcibly removed back to the prime material plane. Dispel magic against a 30 level magic use will dispel the trap, but a thief attempting to remove the trap automatically triggers it. Note that the chest can only be opened by the hands of a living sentient creature, so no unseen servant or similar ruse will do the job. PCs must have a dumb, charmed creature to do the job for them while they wait outside the room. So that's great. And good luck even determining that trap exists on the chest, right? The chest contains rich treasures, shit ton of stuff, right? Now, what was interesting to me, though, besides all that crap, was the iron flasks. There are 2 iron flasks. One contains an imprisoned succubus, all right? Remember, blood war back then, right? Demons and devils hated each other. So the succubus has been tortured by this devil forever. And then once you free her, she's like, oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. But then, of course, she's a succubus, so she'll fuck you over, right? The second one is interesting, too. A very special prisoner, an astral diva, who is trapped. Now, he has duties he must attend to, so cannot accompany them on their good work, but promises to come to their aid 3 times when called upon. Thrice when called upon. To contact them, they give you a phrase, and they might, fight for you. A suitable task might be retrieving, for example, a lost comrade from Limordom, combating the pit fiend, rescuing the PCs, or some desperate combat, or the like. Note that while impeccably honorable in all the dealings, he's neither aloof nor forbidding. Rather, he behaves toward mortals with warmth and friendship. Secure in his own dignity, he's relaxed in manner rather than stern and judgmental. So it's another reason he's not a stupid-ass paladin. So, and you got a favor from a diva, for God's sake. So that's kind of badass, right? That was pretty cool. I thought that was kind of neat. An ally with a diva, because you're fucking paying for it. I mean, the pit fiend is no goddamn joke back then. And if you're 5e people watching this, 97 hit points is no goddamn joke, right? AC -5, fuck. Jesus Christ. That's a shit show. All right, so moving forward. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Getting into the final fight area, guys. So you're now going from tower to tower to tower, right? At one point, you're fighting that. There's 3 Daryl factions. The third faction is a renegade 18th level wizard. You're fighting a fucking 18th level wizard at this point, at some point here, right? And that's in the main tower before you fight the big boss guy. There's an 18th level wizard just to fuck you over, just as one final fuck you before you get to the final boss guy. But Jesus, the loot you get out of this. I mean, you could equip an army to be heavily magical and just rampage across a continent with the loot you get out of this thing. Let's see, scrolling through. Wow. I don't know if I like that style. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, here's the 18 level wizard guy. I mean, a ring of protection +5. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Fuck. But the thing is, how are you going to identify that thing and put it on? You don't know what the hell it is or what it does without an identify spell, which takes 8 hours to cast back then. And so you got to leave the tower. By the time you come back with this new shit, you got more reinforcements. So you fucked yourself, right? That's the problem. And now you got role playing this dude, this wizard. All about his personality and how to best role play the guy. Well done, dude. Well done. Look how much trouble he put into this. Like a whole fucking column on a page. So half a page, how to role play the evil bad guy. Okay. Now, you finally get to the big fight, the Grand Savant. He looks like Jabba the Hutt. Let me see if I can find a picture of this fuck. I think it's in the DM cards where you see the pictures of this guy. Yeah, there we go. Let me scroll over here. Where is it? Because he's fucking disgusting. Honestly, he's fucking disgusting. The Grand Shabbath. There he is. What the fuck is that? Lipstick, no less. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? That's what you're fighting, though. That's the final fucking boss fight, the Grand Savant. And he has 300 hit points, 40 hit dice, AC of 8, so he's easily hit, but 300 fucking hit points. With ridiculous amounts of spells, immune to all kinds of different shit. And if you hit him with an edged weapon, acid squirts out of his body, causing 2d10 damage. I mean, Christ, this is no joke. Good luck, right? Good fucking luck. And then all these other servants are near him, right? All these other things you're going to be dealing with too. Jesus Christ, man. So yeah, this dude is no joke. No joke whatsoever. But if you do win, the whole goddamn thing explodes and you got X amount of time to get the hell out of Dodge. But while it explodes, like a shit ton of magic items scatter to the four winds. And you could like pick them up as you run randomly. So there's your treasure to pick up at the end. And then, yeah. So you can pick some magic items, you get X amount of rounds to do so, and then you get out before, get out of Dodge. PCs, glory, have a long way to get home unless they can use mass teleporter, blah, blah, blah. Don't hassle them with more than a few perfunctory wandering monster encounters. The PCs are surely strong enough to deal with them easily. This will be anticlimactic anyway. Exactly. You don't want to fucking deal with an orc on the way out of this shit show. All right. Assume that the surviving monsters of the Underdark have heard of their deeds and give them a wide berth. Pack on the surface world, they have gained a reputation among the movers and shakers of the world. Travelers' tales were filtered back of Underdark creatures falling into chaos and disorganization, of kidnapping rings and bandits on the surface world having disappeared or ceasing their operations. There are all kinds of tales, mostly wildly inaccurate and embroidered? I should say embellished, of the rock seers, of course. Powerful figures and organizations, Kelvin, Blackstaff, the Harpers, the Zentrum, Circle of Five, Circle of Eight, depending on the campaign world, will watch the PCs with interest. Some will regard them as equals, others as possible allies or high-level pawns. They can steer in the right directions to further their own global designs. There are subtler ways of dominating worlds than that chosen by the Aboleth, and the PCs may find themselves part of some other grand scheme before too many months or years have passed. But that will be a campaign for some other time, and for now the PCs can enjoy some quiet times enjoying the fruits of their gains. This may be a fine time to find some frontier land, settle down and build a castle home, and tell tales of the Underdark to adventurers seeking hospitality as logs roar in the great earth. But the call of adventure will come again soon enough. The end. I like that. I like what he ended with at the end. That's just good. I like that shit. So that's it, guys. That is the adventure. Holy shit, moly. Flint, $5. An earned $5, I might add. Thank you, Flint. Yes, an earned $5. And Flint, for you, I will again break out the awesome $5, which somebody in a live stream that we were running with Tim's game thought he was tipping Flint $5, and he instead tipped it to me in my channel, so I got the money. So there it is. Paul Flint Fireforge Turner's $5. I framed this $5, Flint. So this is your money. And even though you give me $5 to help me out, I'm still going to taunt you with that $5 because yes, I must. All right. So yes, thank you. That is the review of the adventure. Now, that's the contents of the adventure. Now, you think we're done yet, guys? We got another half an hour to go because now I have, remember, my whole list of I review adventures, right? Tim, you're still here? Jesus Christ, I think you're passed out too already, man. 3.5 hours later. All right, so let's see. Let me hit the rest of the general notes. Okay, so some of it was applicable before, some of it wasn't. The key here is Joe has to read his own fucking handwriting. All right, so let's see. Hard to run. Yeah, so hard to run takes a lot of skill. Maybe run this for, okay, so we'll talk about different groups. I might run this for many NPCs to keep track of. I think that what he could have done here, remember in the, oh, he just came back. I'm still alive, dude, barely. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to have a little sip here to salute. So I'm fucking saluting me, God damn it. I'm talking for 3.5 fucking hours already here, so. Yes. And now I am saluting all of you who stayed along this long and who tipped me and super chatted me and all that. I totally appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. You're helping. You're helping with the further cause. You may not pay off for a couple of years, but all that money goes towards art and everything else. So thank you. Thank you very much. Uh-huh. All right. So more notes. All right. So I think that, remember in the Red-Handed Doom book, I went over there. They had a separate booklet, the electronic download version of it, where they had, so in the back of Red-Handed Doom, they had all the various creatures listed out. I think it was alphabetically, but in they had a separate electronic supplement you could get. Back then it was kind of rare to get that sort of thing, a PDF of it. But they had all the creatures lumped together by encounter room. I think that will be an awesome supplement for this, because Koatoa are one thing, right? And in the adventure, they had the Koatoa stat block on each page. I don't think I would have done that. I don't think I would have done this, where you had this stat block here on this page for an aboleth, unless it was a unique aboleth or something like that. If it was a generic thing, I would just say refer to the booklet in the back, and I would have two booklets. One, alphabetical by monster name or type. The other one I would have by room and counter room. I think that makes a lot of sense. Even though it bloats it a little bit, I think it's helpful in that regard. Yep. So let's see. That's two. I think that the hazards of the Underdark card, I talked about that already. I think that's an excellent thing, an excellent idea. I think they should have more things like that are just handy, quick, and dirty references, and add more hazards in the Underdark, because after a while they're going to get old, right? I talked already about the maps, that you should have maybe 20, 30 generic Underdark maps of various types of caverns, some, wider than others, that you could just, as a DM, especially in the VTT universe we live in now, as a DM, you could actually just throw them up there and put them on the VTT. And I've noticed with maps of this type, and Tim could attest to this. If you turn a map like this, that normally should go like this, the players don't know it's the same fucking map. I've done that to Tim and fucked him over, where he didn't know it was his own map. But because I turned it sideways or upside down, he didn't know it was his goddamn map. In fact, the map I used to fuck him over like that was hanging on the wall behind his head when I did it to him. So if you have 20 or 30 maps, you have over 100 maps that you're effectively using, because you just turn the dimensions of it around. They can't tell that it's the same fucking thing, So I think that would be excellent, though, to do something like that. This is a thing where, yeah, this is a good point. Not just because I wrote it. I think it's a good point. Going into this, no matter how much I read this adventure or prepared for it, I don't think I had enough knowledge here to convey it to you, because it's so fucking big. And I always have that feeling when I'm running an adventure. I could prep for 15 hours, or I could prep for 5 hours, or I could prep for 50 hours. I never think I have it prepped enough, right? And so that's that kind of adventure it is, not just for prepping for a review, but for prepping for running it. It's daunting, it's huge, and you're never going to feel like you've prepped enough for this thing. You're never going to feel like you're ready, but you are, because you have to digest it in chunks. That's my best advice I could give to you. Read it, read it. Read one book at a time. You don't need to memorize all 3 books. You need to memorize the fucking 64-page book you have in front of you. Know it well, and be prepared to riff off of it. And he has done such a good job, Carl Sargent, of giving you all the angles and all the alliances and all the ties to each other and all the backgrounds and all the personality quirks and traits, that it's so interesting that the more you read it, the more it's going to sink in, and you could riff off of that as a DM. But like I said, this is not an adventure to be run by an inexperienced DM. On a scale of 1 to 10 for DM level, you need to be a 6 or a 7 to run this well. If you're a 1 or a 2 or a beginner DM, don't even fucking try, because you're gonna rip off your players. Tim, thank you, dude. Fuck, man, appreciate it, man. You don't have to do that, man. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, but you're not going to do your players justice. You're not going to do the adventure justice. You're going to rip them off. Like I said, though, before, as players go, the players will either develop the skill to survive, their PCs to survive, or they won't. I feel like I'm doing your Jerry Lewis tell time. Tim, were you here when Flint said before, when is Dean Martin showing up? And I showed the picture of Dean Martin, because I have that as one of my background pictures. It's perfect. So he paid $5 to get a Dean Martin picture. But anyway, yeah, you're never going to be prepared for this. You can only digest one chunk at a time. make sure if you're going to run this, that you got experience as a DM to run it, and the players will survive or not. I think it sort of came to me as I was, had some notes about how I was going to run this for who I was going to run it for. But throughout the course of this, I've come to the conclusion that, yes, I'm going to run it for you members in about a year and a half or so. You members I'm going to run it for. And when your PC dies, member, you're out of the game and a new member is going to come in. It's going to be a paid member of the channel who's going to come in with a new PC of appropriate level, and the member who died is out. So it's going to be a survival of the fittest thing. And once you're out, you're out. You're not back again. Unless I run out of members and I start recycling. That's how brutal it's going to be, right? But once you're out, you're out. So the member's out, their PC's dead, there's no resurrection or reincarnation or anything like that. And then a new player comes in, a new member of the channel comes in that I'm running it for, and you're in. And then we're doing it for you guys. And I'm gonna broadcast. I'm gonna live stream this shit because what the fuck, right? I might as well. Let's see. No ticking clock. I've talked about that before. There's just consequences until the end when there's finally a ticking clock. Let's see. Read a few steps. Yeah, and I talked about it before. You should read this thing as you're trying to learn it and understand it. Read this in as great a chunk of time as you possibly can. It's not something you could read in a half an hour and digest it. You need to read this thing in multiple. If the best thing you could do, honestly, is read one book at a time fully, digest it, sit on it. The next day, read the next book. That's probably the best thing you could do to sort of digest it. Yeah. So those are my scattered notes that I thought about while doing this. Now let me get back to the actual. Remember, I have an outline that I use for reviewing things, and I need to make sure that I use the same things all the time so that you get a consistent review. All right. So I've just gone over the overall story. All right. You got your spoilers. So does this adventure make sense? Yes, it does. More sense than most adventure I've ever read in my life. Does it have a good backstory and great delivery? Is there info dumps? No. All the information you get comes from clues, from notes, from interactions with NPCs. It comes from basically the player's skill as role players, not from info dump that are being read to them. To give you a strong start, yeah. Anything that starts with a combat on the road while you're guarding shit's a strong start in my book, okay? Sense of immersion, fuck yeah. I was immersed in it, reading it like I wanted to live there. That's why I really wanted to play this thing, Is it meaningful in ways other than hack and slash? Yep. It's not a hack and slash game. If you play this hack and slash, you're going to die. You're going to miss all the glory and all the best parts of it. Is it non-linear? This is a sandbox to the extreme. It's really 3 different sandboxes all wrapped into one, 3 sandbox regions. So yeah, you're getting role-playing, combat, and exploration. There's not really a sense of urgency until the end, which is kind of good. Usually most adventures, is there a sense of urgency? Without a sense of urgency, it's not a good adventure. There's not a sense of urgency, but it's a great fucking adventure. So you don't have to have that in every adventure to make it good, right? Plot hooks to get PCs involved. Yeah, you're there. Are there any personal stakes for the PCs? No. It's not like you're from the village or it's your mother was kidnapped or anything like that, right? Is there a chance for all classes to shine? Yes. In fact, he specifically suggested various classes that you may want to have in this thing so that you have a good chance at surviving. So you need all the classes here. Is it best suited for a one-shot? Fuck no. Are there subplots and twists? Hell yes. Intelligent ecology to the extreme. Strong atmosphere? Fuck yeah. And an awesome ending. Unique game mechanics. I went over all that shit. Yes. Magic items, the Garrett stuff. I mean, I skipped some of this stuff, but there's rules for kicking people into pits of water, fire, acid, whatever the hell, just as an overpowering thing, Are the encounters memorable? Are there different types of encounters? Are there tactical depth? Fuck yeah. The tactical depth in this is enhanced by the writing. I mean, because he tells you how to run everything well. And you can riff off of that and make it however you want to. The monster's well balanced and interesting. Well, again, this is old school, so there's not a balance thing. But there's definitely new monsters, unique abilities. They're intelligent and they're capable of adapting to the player tactics. They fit well into the setting and story. They're not randomly placed. And even the mundane shit is handled in a good way. The wandering encounters make total sense because they're broken down by region, not just generic. Underdark encounter list with 5 monsters. They make total sense, right? The NPCs are memorable, Meaningful, add ridiculous amounts of flavor, and they evolve because you're going to be dealing with them for perhaps a year or two in game setting time and several years in our time, most specifically, right? Shopping. Is there good stuff in here? Yeah, it's up to the DM. They don't give like, here's the list of all the shit you can buy, right? They assume you're going to set this place in an area of a world where there's a big city nearby, and you need to go shopping in that big city to figure out what you're going to get, right? There's no price lists. There's no local economies to deal with, but it's up to you to go to a place to sell more expensive stuff. Is the villain one-dimensional, or is there some depth to it? The villain in this is the plan. The villain behind the plan is just the thing you got to kill at the end, but the villain is the plan in a sense, and you're foiling the plan. What they're doing makes sense in their insane minds. It's not morally ambiguous at all, but the villain does grow and evolve in a sense that he adapts to your tactics and what you're doing. It's definitely a mystery. There's no boss escape routes or anything, but they have minions, definitely. Okay. So, are there chances to explore? It's a dynamic environment, most definitely. There's mysterious places in here, and definitely environmental hazards. There's a whole fucking 2-page table of environmental hazards. And there are secret areas with good loot. Yes, there's good loot. I can't say there's secret areas with good loot. Some of the stuff is hidden, but no real good secret areas, you know. There's no puzzles, riddles, or traps. There are some traps, There's no puzzles, riddles, or mysteries, but there are traps, okay? In terms of player agency, is it linear or non-linear? It is definitely non-linear. It is not a railroad. They can do their own thing without breaking the adventure all the time, and they should, because it helps the adventure, it helps progress the adventure. Their choices matter awesomely. I mean, it's yes. Do their choices matter? Yes. Everything they do matters, because what they choose to explore, has effects on the entire world around them. If they ignore things, are there consequences? Absolutely. Does the adventure evolve based on choices the PCs make? Yes. Lots of role playing for development and opportunities, chances to learn stuff. And is there moral and ethical dilemmas? Oh, fucking yeah. There was a 10-minute dissertation on that here, right? Are there subplots and side content? Yep. That's a huge part of this adventure. Factions and rivals? Yes. Individual quests for PCs? No, because you're going this as a group. You're not an individual PC in this. But the subplots and the side content that is engaging, and it matters because through those things you gain potential allies or enemies, and you might lose potential allies or enemies depending on what you do there. So yeah, there are not downtime activities or in-game economies to engage with. That's sort of off camera. It's up to the DM to create that shit. You need to create the Greyhawk of the world or the Waterdeep of the world to go and sell and buy stuff, right? So there's no downtime activities per se, other than what role playing comes about when they go back to the town to say, hey, report back and what's going on here. And, yeah, that's the downtime activity. There's no, what do you call it? Like carousing rules and shit like that, right? So, yeah, pardon me. You're going to. Mm-hmm. All right. So, combats. Environmental stuff to make it interesting. Hell yeah. Good boss fight with new mechanics or unique things. There's many boss fights with unique mechanics and interesting things, I think. Multi-stage battles, yes. Minis required or theater of the mind. I would go minis on this thing because there's so many things. Sometimes you get a theater of the mind, but the big boss fights, and for many of the powerful fights near the end, if you're not fighting 5 Koatoa or Kaluas, as I'm now calling them forever, thank you, whoever suggested that. You're not fighting those, then yes, you definitely should use minis or some sort of non-theater to mind thing. I think it helps. Can you solve combat stuff without combat? Most definitely, and you should. There are many social encounters and many mysteries to investigate. Okay. Loot and reward. Are there good magic items? By the time you're done with this, you'll have every magic item under the sun. There's everything here. There's so many fucking magic items. It's insane. There are new and unique magic items, most definitely. Unique non-magical items, not so much. There's some heavy shit you got to lug around and deal with. But it's true. There are unique non-magic items, not just gold and gems, tapestries and things like that. Yes, they're meaningful, well placed, and they make sense. As for the ending of the adventure, was it meaningful? Yeah, I mean, you've been playing this thing probably for 3 fucking years, right? So yes, you have a meaningful ending to the adventure, because you're so fucking invested in it that it ends well. If it ends well. If it doesn't end you, it ends well. Are there plot twists? Not so much at the end. Are there multiple endings? No, you win or you lose. You live or you die. Does it lead to more adventures or potential for sequels? That's the whole thing I rated. I talked about at the end there, where they talked about a little blurb I read. So yeah, there might be sequels, but it's up to the DM, right? Now, as for the big question, my overall rating, there is nothing higher than A plus. I wish there were, because I would give it something better than an A plus if there were something better than A plus. I give it 110, as in on 100, on a 0 to 100 scale, I give it 110. I give it extra credit if there were something like that. So this is probably the best adventure I've ever read. And like I said at the very beginning of this, whoever convinced me to, I think I might have suggested it, but whoever convinced me to do this review, fuck you and thank you. All right. Because God damn, it tore me apart to do this. It broke my brain. It took a lot of fucking time. Probably 20 hours of review and writing and thinking and all this kind of stuff over scattered about different periods. But it's great because now I know I'm going to run this someday and I'm going to enjoy the shit out of it. And you guys, because you're responsible for it, the members are going to benefit from it. Speaking of which, members, thank you for subscribing, being members of this channel. Thank you for, especially the guys, climbing that mountain. Appreciate you coming. You bumped up your membership level from the 99 cents to the $9.99 level. We had a new member join tonight. Starblazer coming in at the OSR King level, which is awesome. It's the highest level, $25 a month. And he tipped tonight too. So Jesus Christ, I think thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate everybody who gave me a super chat tonight. Tim and Flint, Tim and Paul. I'm calling Flint all the time. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate all your tips there. So yeah, we had Starblazer gave $13.99, so I appreciate that. Howard Hughes gave $50. Thank you, fucking A, man. Jesus, I mean, you guys are awesome. I so appreciate all this, all your support. Like I said, it's not going to beer and booze and hookers and all that shit. It's staying in the fund, and I'm gonna fund my art and all that other kind of stuff for it. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. But 11:47, it's almost 4 hours in. I don't want to end it with just that. So what are you guys doing? What are you guys thinking about or talking about? Where are you guys at? What's on your mind? And most importantly, before we end this, I might have another drink. This much left? This shit's going down. What do you guys want to see me talk about next? What's the next adventure for next Sunday? This one took several weeks to prepare. I know I said there's going to be every Sunday, there's going to be a new adventure I'm going to review, blah, blah, blah. And then you guys fucking broke me with this. It was worth it, though, like I said. But what do you guys want to see me do next? What do you think? What do you think you want to see? What adventure do you want to do? How many? We got 33 people. We got 12 on X. We got none on Facebook. We got 20 on YouTube. And we got 1 on Twitch. And because Rumble doesn't show here, I got to look at Rumble. We got 6 on Rumble. Thank you, Rumblers. We got Justin, D&D, and Raptor 7. Nobody else has commented, so I don't know who else is there. But thank you, all the Rumblers. And it's still going over 3 hours, 47 minutes on everywhere. Thank you so much for listening. But what do you think? What should I do? Oh, let me check my subscriber count. I gained 1 sub since this thing started at 30. Ooh, I gained 2, 3442. So thank you, whoever subscribed to this while we were doing it. Much appreciated on that front too, guys. So what do you think I should do next? The Ruins of Zental Keep with Manchun. Interesting. Coming from the Rumble crew. I don't think I have that. I don't know what it is. Is it? I think I heard of it, but I don't know what the fuck it is. So thank you for that, though. So I think you do a great review of Temple of Elemental Evil. That I almost have to do that. I have played the Temple video game more times than I could count. I've run it multiple times. I've played it multiple times. Tim, you're fucking me, dude. You're fucking me because it's huge. It's a goddamn huge module, and it's one. I got to surprise you guys, but I don't know. I may have said this before. I loved it when I was a kid. I loved it in my 20s. Now, I'm not a fan because it doesn't make sense. There are no orc toilets. All right. So it will be a critical review. If you want me to do the temple, it will be a critical review. I have great thoughts on that. My brother has been running it for us. I just had to drop out of the game. We're up at 7th level or something like that. I've had to drop out of the game so I could focus more on doing this YouTube shit. And by the way, like I said before, whoever's still here, I have now a Facebook group. Click the link below. If you guys like this thing, speaking of links, you want to buy it, you could get it on drive-through, but click the affiliate link below and I will get a few cents from your purchase, which again goes towards art and all the other bullshit and editing and everything I got to pay for my RPG. So if you click on the link below to buy Nightstark, Jesus Christ, I'm so fucking shot. If you, I'm blanking on the goddamn thing. The night below. If you want to, God, it's not even the booze either. It's the fucking talking and the tired. Howard Hughes B1. I thought that was the lamest fucking module ever, dude. I didn't like B1. Vault of the Joe was interesting, but can you do Vault of the Joe without doing D1 or D2? I don't know. That feeds itself into the question: do you want to do all the Temple series, the Slaver series, the Dro series, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. So, yeah. No links. Yeah, you know what, Justin? You know what's going on with that? This is fucking interesting. Yeah, so you got what happened with Rumble was I tried to set this up in advance so that's on all these 5 platforms, and I kept getting errors on Rumble. Okay. Error after error. It wouldn't let me post this in advance to Rumble, and it kept giving me like description error. And apparently Rumble, the description of the show, where I have all the links and everything, Rumble, no, Castle White Rock. Fuck you, Tim. Castle White Rock. That's the biggest fucking thing ever created. But Rumble has a limit on the character count. So in order to have this posted in advance to Rumble, I had to cut out swaths of it. All right. So I'm sorry about that, but Rumble ripped me off in a sense that it won't let me. There's a character limit that is much, much shorter than Twitch and Twitter and YouTube and everything else. So, and Facebook. So I couldn't have those links down there because it wouldn't let me post to it. I don't know whoever saw this. Well, the other night I was posting a link to, advertising the show, and I had like 4 times I get errors and errors and errors. And finally I figured out what the problem was. And so if you saw this thing posted, Joe's going live on Sunday at 7 with this adventure, and then it disappeared. He's live, and it disappeared 4 fucking times. So I finally figured out what the fucking problem was, and I had to limit the character count on Rumble. So I had to do that on purpose. So I'm sorry about that. But Justin, if you, you know what I could do? I think what I could do. Let me give it a link here, man. I could post the link in this chat here. All right, so here, I'll give you the affiliate link and I will post it. Here we are. I will post it here so that you can click on it in your Rumble chat. All right, let me see. There's a way to do this where I'm posting just to Rumble. Tell me if this goes through, Justin. That should be it, I believe. I think it went right to Rumble there. So that it went just to Rumble, I believe. Okay. And here's the affiliate link for everybody. I don't know if you're able to click on this, if it just goes to there. But yeah, so again, for everybody else is in the description, click the link if you want to buy it. Yeah, paste out his face in the book. Yeah, dude, if I had to do goddamn Barrow Maze, I'm not a fan of Barrow Maze, guys. I am not. Sorry, I just not. Sorry, Greg. It's just a generic bullshit module. Everything is the same. Look, another tomb, another coffin, another fucking undead. Shut the fuck up. I could do D1 and D2. Castle White Rock. Barrow Maze, fuck that. And pass out with his face in the book. I had a chance to buy White Rock a million years ago. It was on a shelf at a fucking game store, and nobody was buying it, and it was cheap. It was just kind of like $50 or something, but I couldn't afford it. I think it went to 100, and I remember it was half price. So if it was 100, it was 50. It was 50, it was 25. I was like, I can't afford this thing. But I did at some point the PDF Fairy made a delivery, and it ended up on my hard drive, and I read it, and I'm like, fuck, I'm glad I didn't piss away the fucking money on that thing, So, oh, good. You got it good, Justin. Yeah, click on that if you want to buy it and see if the affiliate link works. It should. I don't know if anybody's bought anything using it yet, but I did. For all my other 5 videos, including this, I went back and added into the description the affiliate link for each thing I advertised. So yeah. I'm batting goose eggs. Howard, what do you think, Howard? Pass out in the face in the book. So Howard, what do you say? Barrow Maze? I could review it, but it will be a negative review. Here's the thing. I will review things negatively and critically, but I don't want to just shit on things. I don't want to be a shitter. That's weird for me, right? Saying because I like, where it works, take a shit. But I don't want to be that negative guy. I'd rather be either a critical review, or I'd rather be a guy who gives positive reviews. I just don't want to be like guys who just shit on everything that comes out, because who wants to talk to somebody complain for 3 hours? If I complain about this thing for 4 fucking hours, would you guys listen? But I have 36 people here so far. And again, X coming in with 13, YouTube with 22. Thank you all. Much appreciated. But yeah. So you include 36 now, but I'm over 40 people still 4 hours in. So yeah. Maybe D1, D2, maybe Temple. I think Temple, Tim, you might have it there. I have to do it because I kind of obligated to do Temple because I did the Village of Hamlet, I think. So I could segue. I don't have to do, the Temple of Elemental Evil. I could skip the beginning part, the Village of Hamlet, because I already did that, right? And I can move on to the Temple itself. I could probably do that. And I could give a good review of that, I think. I've done it. I know it well, so it wouldn't be like a fucking, even though it's big, Yeah. Let's see. It works. Don't review things you don't like. Do a I make Barrowmaze better video. It's a way to do it. All right. So all right. We got my next 2 then. Because Howard, I totally appreciate that. And I don't want to, you guys, dude, you've given me mega tips. I don't want to fucking, so yeah. All right. So that's it. My next 2 videos, we have them. Temple of Elemental Evil next Sunday. After that, we're going to move Howard Hughes with Barrowmaze and how to make it better. All right. Because I did run some of Barrowmaze a little bit. So I have had some experience playing it. So Howard, you're in, and Tim, you're in. There you go. So Temple and Barrowmaze are my next 2. No, yeah, no, it is. It is big. It is big, but I have it here. It's right fucking here. Because I had that's not it. Fuck. I did spiral bind the motherfucker. Where is it? Oh shit! I dropped the books. Where the hell is it? Barrowmaze. Here it is. Here it is. That Barrowmaze complete. All right, because there you go. Barrowmaze complete. Plus, I did print up all of the handouts and everything. I got them printed up here. So I do have it. I'll be able to do it. All right. So I will. All right. That's a good idea. Don't be critical. Don't be negative. Make it better. How would I do it better? Yeah. Good idea. That works, man. That works totally. I'm going to put these back before I lose my spots. That totally works, I think. There they go here. Yeah. All right. So, sorry, I put a raw reach around there. Look at that, huh? Yeah, not bad. All right, cool. Don't read things you don't like. Do a Bink Bar was better. Yeah. A lot of good advice. No, that is a huge book, but I agree. I think you could do something and make it better. And I think Barrowmaze can be improved a little bit too. Because I have run it in various places. My PC's avoided it, but I've run it. So yeah, that works. So all right, we got our next 2 guys. Next week, next Sunday, Temple of Elemental Evil. And then after that, we're doing Barrowmaze, and there'll be critical reviews, what I like, what I don't like, and how to make them better. I think that works. All right. So 4 hours, guys, in 3 minutes. I'm coming up on 4. I will not end for 3 more minutes. I will drink this for 3 minutes because I want to say I did a 4-hour fucking video. I don't want to be 2 minutes short of a 4-hour video. So yeah. Any ideas? Anything else going on, y'all? And there's also in the description, there's a link to click on the membership levels if you want to do that too. So much appreciated. Yeah. Got 1 new member tonight, so that was cool. God, that was a fucking 4 hours of talking. My mouth is tired. My tongue is tired. Jesus Christ. That was a thing. That was the thing. I kind of like shit, man. I haven't done that in a long fucking time. I used to be in sales where I'd do long presentations and training sessions, and I would talk for this long, but throughout the course of a day, I never did it 4 hours straight. I would do 45 minutes, take 10 minutes, 45 minutes, take 10 minutes, and I would do that several times. I never did 4 hours fucking straight, Oh yeah, and everybody's going, hit this like and subscribe button. Click on the comments. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, if you're going to comment for the algorithm, like I appreciate you do, even if you don't have a comment for the video itself as anything I said, if you want to comment, it helps with the algorithm to pump me out there and all that stuff. If you want to do that, all you guys got to do, you need more wine. I need any more wine, I'll be passed out, dude. Not that it's knocking me out. I'm just tired as it is. And when I'm tired, I have a little bit shit, But yeah, let's figure out a comment for the algorithm. Flint, anybody who give me a super chat today, Tim, Flint, Howard Hughes, everybody who gave me a super chat. Starblazer, what do you think the comment for the algorithm should be? What's the best word? What's the best phrase? If you're gonna just comment to give the algorithm, Howard Hughes, he did it. Yeah. So Howard Hughes, let's see. Howard, what do you want? What your call, dude? What should the comment for the algorithm be for everybody out there? If you're still here, Howard, what should the comment be? Tonight was the Dark Terror. Yeah. So Howard, are you still here? It's your call, man. Whatever you want the comment for the algorithm to be, that shall be it. That shall be it. And while we wait, I will just hold this up again, just to taunt Flint again for a little while. While we wait for Howard to comment. I don't know if he's here. If he's not here, then we'll have to. I've defaced federal money. Isn't that like a felony or some shit? I don't know. Yeah. So Howard might have left. Howard might have left. I'm not sure. Or he's thinking. So Flint, I think you called it. Then Howard Hughes will be the comment. So if you're going to comment for the algorithm, type in Howard Hughes. Use Howard Hughes in the sentence. Use Howard Hughes in a comment. Use Howard Hughes. Since Howard Hughes gave the biggest super chat today of $50, use him in the comment. All right. So say Howard Hughes somewhere to comment. That's for the algorithm. All right. Oh, doesn't that? Oh, Howard is here still. Okay. So Howard. All right. We're amending that. Does not have to be RPG related at all, Howard. Whatever you want, as long as it's not something that gets like political, bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So does not have to be RPG related. Just it can't be like fuck Trump or fuck Biden or any of that shit. You know what I mean? Just as long as it's kind of people, something people could say without like causing bullshit. So yeah. So whatever you want, Howard. Let's hear it. Let's hear what it is. I should have the Jeopardy. Do 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 do. You know what I got though? Instead of Jeopardy, I could do this. Yep, there you go. By the way, that was my house, my old apartment, and I like Mancave because I used to have like a man cave thing. Old school philosophy. Howard has named it. The phrase is old school philosophy. That is it. That is it. We're in there. Every picture you just saw in this thing, by the way, guys, the chair with the curtains and all that. That's my old apartment. So take a look. I'll play it and I'll pause it. Typewriter is mine. Can you hear me talk while this thing is playing? Comment if you could hear me talk while this is playing, guys. Just say hi or something. You know what I mean? Say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Maybe you can't. Maybe I'm muted. Not sure. Yeah. But that chair, that was mine. That was my old apartment. So, by the way, I was talking while I paused. Were you able to hear me talk while I paused those pictures? It looks like I could. So Flint and Daniel, you could hear me. Okay, that's good to know. I wasn't sure. Restream is new. So as I try shit out, I don't know what works and how it works and what does and what doesn't, Okay, good. Can you hear me when it wasn't paused? In other words, when the music was playing, could you hear me? I'm going to talk through the music. I'm going to talk through the whole 18 seconds of this. Tell me if you can hear me. Talking. Music. Talking. Can you hear me talk through the music? I sing a song. Can you hear any of that through the music as I'm talking through? So interesting. So when I pause, you could hear me, but it's muted when the music is going. Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know for future streams. If I'm ever playing a video, I need to pause it for you to hear me. That's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I was talking about the whole thing. I was talking like a jackass. So good to know. All right, good to know. All right, so anyways, the comment, I'm way in the background. Okay, so it was really muted. I see. Gotcha. All right, so anyway, guys, the comment for the algorithm is old school philosophy. So say old school philosophy somewhere in the comment and put it into a sentence, put it into a phrase, put it into a paragraph, or just say old school philosophy for commenting for the algorithm. I really appreciate that. That gets some more views and all that shit. So thank you for sitting through the longest fucking review of a module or adventure, however you want to call it, in history of mankind. Guys, I totally appreciate that. It's 11:04. I've gone over 4 hours. I feel good. I feel tired. I feel a little bit tipsy. And yeah, it was fun. It was fun. So next week, Temple of Elemental Evil for Tim. And then the following week, for Howard Hughes, we'll be doing Barrow Maze. Thank you, Flint, for the comment on how to handle that shit. I appreciate that, guys. And thank you for all the super chats and tips and all the members and everything else. Join the members below. OSP, Old School Philosophy. Is that OPP? Other people's pushing. Click the comments. Click below if you want to buy the module. Off a drive-through, give me a few cents, and join a membership, and like, subscribe, and share it out there. All right? I got to go take a shit. So let me go. I got to get ready to go to bed. All right? Thank you very much. Appreciate it, everybody.